Sword God Emperor. Sword God Emperor. Curious, Han Ju hurriedly checked his interpersonal relationships. Soon, he found the Sword God Emperor's portrait. The Sword God Emperor looked old, but his eyes were sharp. Sword God Emperor, perfected Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm, the strongest sword prodigy in the Divine Palace for 1,000,000 years. He is also Zhang Guxing's junior brother. Because he knows of your talent, he is very interested in you and wants to recruit you into the Divine Palace. Current favorability, 3 stars, someone from the Divine Palace. Perfected Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm. He was only a step away from becoming an immortal emperor. Han Ju was secretly shocked. Zhang Guxing actually had such a powerful junior. Then, he shouldn't be so weak. Why don't you go to the Divine Palace? I can help introduce you. Although the Divine Palace isn't the orthodox lineage of the immortals and gods, its power is also constantly strengthening. The Heavenly Court also has to give it face, Zhang Guxing said. Han Ju asked in surprise, are you from the Divine Palace? He couldn't help but praise his acting skills. Seeing his surprise, Zhang Guxing felt a hint of smugness. Yes, in the past. Now, I'm all alone. It's just that I still have some connections. If you're willing to go to the Divine Palace, they will definitely not mistreat you. Han Ju hesitated. Murong Qi had a grudge against the Divine Palace. How could he go? Now that the Dao field had been opened and his immortal Qi had been strengthened, he didn't need to rely on the Divine Palace. Han Ju smiled and said, let me think about it. Zhang Guxing said, you can't bear to leave the people around you. It's very difficult to bring your family along on the cultivation path. Even the Grand Emperor of the Divine Palace can't protect everyone around him. It's impossible for everyone to cultivate to the immortal Emperor realm and live forever. Even for a genius like you, if you want to cultivate to the immortal Emperor realm, you have to rely on luck. Han Ju didn't believe in ghosts. However, he didn't dare to refute Zhang Guxing. After all, he had good intentions. He smiled and said, if there's really no other way, send me to the Divine Palace. I don't want to protect the people around me now. I just don't want to ascend. There were too many enemies in the upper world. He really couldn't ascend. Ever since he got the Dao field, Han Ju's ambitions began to inflate. Updated from Light Novel World. Calm ascending alone was filled with danger. He wanted to bring his disciples and grand-disciples with him. The two of them chatted for a while more, then Han Ju walked around Zhang Guxing and continued forward. This time, he had to try his best to see how far he could comprehend the 3 pure world cleansing. Zhang Guxing turned to look at his back and sighed. He didn't expect that the rash brat was already a heaven immortal. How many years had it been? To Zhang Guxing, 1,000 years was like a dream. It passed very quickly. This was also why there was a saying that, a day in heaven is equivalent to a year in the mortal world. Perhaps he will stir up a storm in the 6 realms. Zhang Guxing thought silently. He was actually looking forward to it. Han Ju advanced step by step, surpassing the sword cultivators advancing in the Sword Dao River. The Sword Dao River ahead gradually turned purple, like a dazzling kaleidoscopic tunnel. At this point, the number of sword cultivators decreased greatly. Han Ju looked back and couldn't see Zhang Guxing anymore. He took a deep breath and continued forward. Although he already felt the pressure, it wasn't to the extent where he couldn't advance. He wanted to see the limits of his comprehension of the Sword Dao. After a long while, Han Ju started to feel dizzy. His body felt like it was being carried by a huge mountain. Every step was very difficult. He saw a black figure ahead of him. It had been walking in front of him the entire time. Its footsteps were firm, and it did not hesitate at all. It was neither fast nor slow. Who is he? Han Ju couldn't help but think. For some reason, the thought that he was inferior to the figure flashed in his mind. Han Ju shook his head and continued forward. After another 20 steps, he found it difficult to move forward another step. He could only watch as the black figure left. Follow new episodes on the light novel world. Com platform. He sighed and left the Sword Dao River. After returning to the cave abode, Han Ju began to consolidate the insights he had obtained. In the following year, he raised the Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow World-Piercing Sword Finger, the Firmament Sword Qi, and the Reincarnation Sword Intent to their limits. However, the level of his mystical power was still Grand Unity. Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing his enemies. While cursing, he checked his emails. Your good friend Zhou Fan has obtained the spiritual bead of the Buddhist sect. His bloodline has transformed. Your grand disciple Murong Qi broke through during the slaughter and stepped into the body integration realm. Your grand disciple Fang Liang was attacked by demon beasts, X230045, your good friend Ji Xianshan was attacked by demon beasts, X343211, your good friend Huang Jihao had a fortuitous encounter and obtained the Sword Immortal Legacy. Your good friend Mo Fuzhou has mastered the fiendish technique and stepped into the body integration realm. Your good friend Divine General has killed an immortal emperor. His providence has increased greatly. So many opportunities. The heavenly Tao was definitely opening a back door somewhere. Han Ju thought silently. He noticed that the Divine General had actually killed an immortal emperor. As expected of the immortal god with the greatest contributions in the heavenly court. According to Zhang Guxing, an immortal emperor was an undying existence. It was unknown if the Divine General had completely killed the immortal emperor or only destroyed his body. After all, he didn't see the word perish. How exciting! Han Ju sighed and started paying attention to the heavenly puppets. Mo Zhu was still cultivating in seclusion. Fairy Shi Xian, Xing Hongxian, and Chang Yuer were temporarily safe. Everything went well. Han Ju was very satisfied. Usually, at this juncture, the women would be a burden. Fortunately, his Tao companions were very cautious and never caused trouble for him. They could resolve things themselves. Follow current novels on Light Novel World. This was also the reason why Han Ju cared about them. They were likable. After cursing for half a year, Han Ju continued cultivating. Reincarnation Heaven Immortal was not enough. He wanted to continue breaking through. The stronger, the better. In the demon realm. Ji Xianshan stood at the peak of the mountain and looked at Fang Liang, who was fighting several demon kings in the distance. He sighed. This child's talent is indeed impressive. He's almost catching up to me. Ji Xianshan had actually heard of Fang Liang long ago. Back then, he had specially gone to find Han Ju and asked about him. However, when facing Fang Liang, he had to show disinterest. After all, he was the number one in the world. How could he bicker with a junior? However, after wandering together for so many years, Ji Xianshan discovered that Fang Liang's talent far exceeded his imagination. This fellow's luck was too strong. He could always encounter fortuitous encounters and even break through in battle. It defied common sense. Ji Xianshan felt a sense of danger. He felt that he couldn't rely on his current cultivation level to relax. He still had to spend time cultivating, strive to surpass the Mahayana realm as soon as possible, and become an immortal. However, he was worried that he would be forced to ascend. How does Cao Cao stay in the mortal world? Ji Xianshan was secretly puzzled. He decided to find Han Ju later. Boom! At this moment, the rolling dark clouds in the sky erupted with endless thunder. A terrifying pressure filled the world. Ji Xianshan was moved. This pressure. He suddenly thought of Yang San. Could it be that another existence from the upper world had descended into the mortal world? Fang Liang also sensed that something was wrong and quickly retreated. The demon kings looked up and saw a scarlet eye appear in the thundercloud. It was ghastly and terrifying. It occupied most of the sky and looked down at Fong Liang, making him feel unprecedented pressure. Humph! How dare you slaughter our demons? You're courting death. Visit Light Novel World. Com for the best novel reading experience. A cold snort followed. Read at Wuxia World. EU. Ji Xianxian looked at the crimson eye in the thundercloud, his heart beating faster. Ji Xianxian looked at the crimson eye in the thundercloud, his heart beating faster. A voice in his head was telling him to run. Fong Liang was also frightened and broke out in cold sweat. The demon kings were relieved. It was a senior of the demons. Senior, these two slaughtered our demons. You have to support us. Countless demons died in their hands. Senior, kill them quickly. Exactly. Several demon kings shouted in unison. The Crimson Eye suddenly glanced at them. Immediately after, a violent gust of wind stirred, and several demon kings were swept up into the sky. They struggled, but it was useless. They were quickly sucked into the Crimson Eye. Fong Liang and Ji Xianxian were stunned. What was going on? The Crimson Eye closed. Fong Liang immediately turned around and fled. Ji Xianxian followed closely behind. The two of them flew extremely quickly and vanished into the horizon in the blink of an eye. The dark clouds in the sky covered an extremely far distance, as if the entire demon realm was covered by them. A terrifying pressure filled the world. Didn't you say that the strongest in the demon realm is only at the Mahayana realm? Why did you run away? Fong Liang said angrily, didn't you promise to protect me? Ji Xianxian's expression darkened. He gritted his teeth and said, the other party is from the upper world. I'm only invincible in the mortal world. If an enemy comes from above, how can I fight? Fong Liang fell silent and could only fly forward. Where are you trying to escape to? The cold voice came from behind. Fong Liang and Ji Xianxian's expressions changed drastically as a strong gust of wind blew. Fong Liang subconsciously turned his head and was sent flying by the strong wind. He vomited blood and fell into the wilderness below, stirring up dust. Ji Xianxian turned around and raised his hands. Thunder exploded and filled the world. He knew that he couldn't escape. He would fight. Humph. Cao Cao can kill the immortals of the upper world, so why can't I? The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel World. Ji Xianxian gritted his teeth and looked over. A burly demon with the head of a tiger and the body of a human stepped on the demonic clouds. The claws of this demon were like that of a monkey, its tail was like that of a cow, and there were wings on its back. It was extremely strange. Ji Xianxian frowned and thought to himself, is it the fusion of those demon kings? He couldn't help but feel disgusted. This demon senior was so cruel to his own kind. He had even said that he wanted to stand up for the demons. Now, it seemed that the other party was coming for the two of them. The Black Fox Demon Emperor indeed had the support of the upper world. Sir, aren't you going to tell me your name? Ji Xianxian shouted. The burly fiendish demon snorted. How can a mortal know my name? He slapped his palm at Ji Xianxian, causing terrifying dermic powers to transform into countless blood arrows. Lightning wrapped around Ji Xianxian's body. He wanted to block, but in the blink of an eye, he was pierced by countless blood arrows and turned into a bloody figure. He couldn't resist at all. Lying in the crater in the wasteland, Fong Liang widened his eyes in disbelief. Although Ji Xianxian was very pretentious, Fong Liang really admired his strength. Almost no demon king could withstand a single blow from him. Seeing that Ji Xianxian had been beaten instantly, Fong Liang panicked. What should I do? Fong Liang propped himself up with his sword and looked up. The burly demon looked down at him, his eyes flickering as he thought to himself, this child actually has the providence of the heavenly Tao. Could he be the son of heaven and earth of that mortal world? He flew towards Fang Liang but did not attack. At this moment, the rolling lightning turned into a torrent that swept over. The burly fiendish demon waved his hand and dispersed the lightning torrent. Already transformed into a bloody man, Ji Xianchen rushed towards the burly demon. The burly demon snorted disdainfully and waved his right hand. Boom! A huge sword condensed from blood chi descended from the sky, piercing through the thunderclouds and directly suppressing Ji Xianchen. The blade landed on the wasteland, raising thousands of feet of dust. It was unknown if Ji Xianchen was still alive. Fang Liang gritted his teeth as his eyes turned red. He suddenly recalled the mysterious mystical power his grandmaster had taught him. He couldn't use it unless it was a critical moment. This content is taken from Light Novel World. This was a critical moment. Fang Liang knelt on the ground and started to cast a spell with both hands. The burly demon noticed his actions but did not care. Instead, he said, "If you want to live, kowtow to me." Fang Liang felt insulted and trembled. The distant blood sword dissipated into blood chi. As Fang Liang cast the spell, a black crack appeared behind him. It began to spin in midair, forming a vortex. The burly demon narrowed his eyes. Was this a summoning technique? He secretly laughed. What could this mortal summon? He continued walking towards him. Fang Liang's remaining spirit energy was exhausted. He didn't know what was happening behind him and thought that the mystical power had failed. What's going on? Why isn't this a powerful mystical power? Fang Liang panicked. Could Grandmaster have lied to him? No. Impossible. He must have not cultivated the technique well. Fang Liang recalled how he had practiced this mystical power the fastest when he first learned it. He was filled with regret. It wasn't that he cultivated the fastest, but that he didn't succeed at all. Seeing the burly fiendish demon approaching, Fang Liang felt despair. He gripped his sword, prepared to die. A familiar voice came from behind. You can't be afraid of anyone other than me. Fang Liang was thunderstruck. Subconsciously turning around, he widened his eyes. Han Ju slowly stepped out of the black vortex. His expression was indifferent. The 9-5 Supreme Providence robe fluttered in the wind. His Dharma treasures shone like an immortal descending to the mortal world. Han Ju glanced at Ji Xianchen, he still had a trace of life. He looked at the burly demon. Grand Unity Earth Immortal. Visit Light Novel World. For a better experience. No wonder Ji Xianchen couldn't block it. The burly demon looked at Han Ju in surprise. What a low cultivation level. No. He has hidden his cultivation. The burly fiendish demon said, I am. Han Ju suddenly raised his right index finger and shot out a sword aura. Heaven Earth Mystic Yellow World Piercing Sword Finger. Boom, the sword chi transformed into a long rainbow and flew past Fang Liang's head. At this moment, Fang Liang's soul stopped trembling and his expression froze. Before he could turn his head, the burly demon was killed. The sword chi flashed all the way and drew a deep ravine in the wasteland. It was like a valley that stretched to the end of the world. Who are you? The burly demon's voice was filled with fear. The body just now was not his true body. Han Ju said calmly, Heavenly Court, Wen Xuxing. Impossible. How can the Heavenly Court interfere in this matter? Don't lie. Han Ju couldn't be bothered to reply. He raised his hand and pointed. Sword chi tore through the sky. The dark clouds were penetrated, and the vast pressure that enveloped the world dissipated. Malevolent demon saint has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 5 stars. This line of words appeared in front of Han Ju. Wen Xuxing. Just you wait. Do you really think that the Heavenly Court can act recklessly? Humph, I will definitely destroy it. The other party roared. Han Ju frowned. How arrogant. Could it be someone powerful? The latest episodes are on the light novel world.com website. He hurriedly checked the malevolent demon saint's information. Malevolent demon saint, mid-stage grand unity heaven immortal realm. A demon saint in the immortal world who has developed hatred towards you because you stopped him from capturing the son of heaven and earth. Current hatred points, 5 stars, that's it. Read at Wuxia World. EU. After sensing that malevolent demon saint's aura had completely dissipated, Han Ju approached Fang Liang and healed him. After sensing that malevolent demon saint's aura had completely dissipated, Han Ju approached Fang Liang and healed him. Fang Liang was both surprised and ashamed. He carefully asked, "Grandmaster, why are you here?" Han Ju replied, "The mystical power I taught you is a summoning technique. Don't tell anyone about this, including your master." Fang Liang was enlightened. His admiration for Han Ju was like an endless river. It was indescribable. Han Ju raised his hand and sucked Ji Xianxian over. Under the treatment of his heaven immortal dermic powers, their injuries quickly recovered. Fortunately, their essence souls were not injured. Malevolent demon saint did not seem to want to kill them. Han Ju couldn't be bothered to think about the demon saint's plot. He would deal with it using the Book of Misfortune when he returned. Ji Xianxian looked at him with a complicated expression and asked, "You're already an immortal. Why can you stay in the mortal world?" Han Ju smiled teasingly. "If you acknowledge me as your master, I'll teach you." Humph. Ji Xianxian turned his head away. He couldn't help but ponder. Han Ju was indeed much stronger than his master. But emotionally, he couldn't accept it. He had always treated Han Ju as his brother and competitor. Go back as soon as possible. The demon realm is not so easily bullied. Han Ju stood up and walked into the black crack, returning to the Khanate cave abode. He could only enter this crack. If Ji Xianxian and Fang Liang followed, they would be lost in the void without the connection of the invocation technique. After Han Ju left, Fang Liang and Ji Xianxian fell silent. Fang Liang smiled teasingly. "Who's the number one in the world?" "Humph, let's go back. Otherwise, that fellow will come back and find trouble with us again." The two of them immediately stood up and left. Along the way, they discussed Han Ju's strength. Visit Light Novel World.com for a better experience. After returning to the Khanate cave abode, Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and began cursing malevolent demon saint. A grand unity heaven immortal could be called a demon saint in the upper world. From the looks of it, a demon saint was not very strong. Han Ju thought silently. Dao Comprehension Sword asked curiously, "Master, where did you go just now? Why do you have little Liang's aura on you?" Han Ju replied, "I went to save him. This kid was together with Ji Xianxian and was almost beaten to death. Look, it's very dangerous outside. Don't go out." Dao Comprehension Sword frowned. Fang Liang was already very strong, and Ji Xianxian was even the number one in the world. The two of them were almost beaten to death even when working together. It seemed that she really couldn't go to the outside world. Dao Comprehension Sword perked up and continued cultivating. Han Ju cursed as he observed Chu Shuren under the Fusang tree. This fellow didn't cultivate after coming up the mountain. Crazy. If he doesn't cultivate, why is he here to become my disciple? It was strange. The reincarnation of Buddha actually cultivated the Tao. He was probably a traitor. The Buddhist sect wanted to take drastic measures against the Tao sect. Han Ju had always been observing Chu Shuren and did not dare to nurture him easily. Should I ask my good brother about the Supreme Buddha? Han Ju felt that it was feasible. He would ask next time. After all, Chu Shuren didn't want to cultivate. When he was about to die of old age, he would definitely be anxious. Thinking of Chu Shuren, Han Ju thought of Sun Chang'an, this ugly monk. It had been so many years, why hadn't he returned? It's a pity that my grand disciple has to suffer every day. Ever since he had gone out with Sun Chang'an, Murongqi had been attacked countless times and had been severely injured. Compared to Sun Chang'an, Han Ju's heart ached for Murongqi. Murongqi was good, cheerful, and had respect for this grandmaster. Sun Chang'an was autistic all the time and would think of Qian'er whenever he wanted to. Han Ju even wanted to expel him from the sect. However, considering that this was a curse from the divine Buddha, he could only endure. It was unknown how long it would take for Sun Chang'an to escape this calamity. This fellow definitely couldn't rely on himself. When Han Ju reached the same level as the divine Buddha, he would personally break the curse. Thinking of this, Han Ju shook his head and laughed. 13 years later. Under the Fusang tree, Chu Shiren was already old. He had white hair and a thin figure. He leaned against a tree trunk and looked at the sky with a blank expression. Yang Tiandong opened his eyes and frowned. This kid. Hey, kid, how many more years can you live? Do you have any unfulfilled wishes? The black hell chicken asked with a smile. It was only joking. Chu Shiren was a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator, after all. It wasn't difficult for him to live for nearly 200 years. It was just that he hadn't taken the youth-retaining pill, so he looked old. The three-headed Wirm king laughed mockingly. His wish is probably very difficult to fulfill. He wants the world to give up cultivating. I even suspect that he's a spy sent by the demons. Hearing this, Chu Shiren suddenly turned around and said in a low voice, only if the people of the world give up on cultivating can the order of reincarnation return to normal. As for the demons, the heavenly Tao will not tolerate them when the time comes. We can only control our own actions. Tu Linger asked, then why did you cultivate to the Foundation Establishment realm? I'm doing this for the great kindness Dharmic Tao. Hypocrite. You. Chu Shiren was about to explode in anger. Ever since he had arrived at the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal mountain, his good temper had been worn out. These people were too despicable. Not only did they not agree with him, but they also kept mocking him. At this moment, the door to the Khanate cave abode opened and Han Ju and Tao Comprehension Sword walked out. Upon seeing him, everyone stood up and bowed. Chu Shiren was stunned. This was the first time he saw Han Ju. What a handsome face. Follow current novels on Light Novel World. He had thought that deity-slaying elder was an old man. Han Ju walked in front of the Fusang tree and looked up at the two golden crows. Can you break through? Ada nodded and said, yes, but we're afraid of being expelled by the heavenly Tao, so we didn't dare to. Han Ju threw out two heaven-evading stones, one of which was given to him by Deliverer Manyang. With these two stones, you won't have to transcend the tribulation. As long as you don't leave this mountain in the future, you won't be expelled by the heavenly Tao. Hearing this, the two golden crows were overjoyed. They hurriedly bit on the heaven-evading stone and started cultivating. The others immediately understood something. Han Ju had long surpassed the mortal world. He had relied on those two stones to stay in the mortal world. Han Ju looked at the three-headed Wirm king and waved his right hand. He handed the abyss yellow dragon soul to him and said, this is the soul of a true dragon. Its consciousness has been erased by me. After you devour it, your bloodline should be able to transform. You don't have to worry about being possessed. The three-headed Wirm king was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly kowtowed to Han Ju. Chu Shiren was stunned. Han Ju deliberately provoked him. You want to persuade me to give up cultivating? I'll help others become stronger in front of you. Yang Tiandong, Tu Linger, the black hell chicken, and the chaotic heavenly dog looked at him expectantly. Han Ju said angrily, your cultivation is so low, why are you looking at me? Let's talk when you're close to the peak of the mortal world. Tao Comprehension Sword followed suit. That's right, that's right. None of you are cultivating properly. Han Ju turned around and returned to his cave abode. Chu Shiren hurriedly ran over, knelt behind him, and shouted, "Grandmaster, please take the lead and give up cultivating." Yang Tiandong almost peed his pants when he heard that. He rushed over and kicked him to the ground. "What nonsense are you saying?" Yang Tiandong shouted, trembling in anger. "This kid is really daring. He really dared to persuade Han Ju." Han Ju turned his head and looked at Chu Shiren from the corner of his eye. "Anyone in this world can persuade others to give up cultivating, but you can't." Chu Shiren got up and wiped the blood from his mouth, asking, "Why?" He stared at Han Ju without fear. This content is taken from Light Novel World. Read at Wuxia World. EU. You don't cultivate, so how do you know that cultivation is the greatest obstacle towards peace? Han Ju turned around and stared at him. You don't cultivate, so how do you know that cultivation is the greatest obstacle towards peace? Han Ju turned around and stared at him. Chu Shiren said, "Power represents injustice. The greatest power of mortals is imperial authority. The greatest power in the world is cultivation. If everyone in the world was immortal, there would be no need to pursue cultivation. If everyone was equal, how could there be a difference in strength?" Han Ju asked, "If everyone in the world was mortal and some people were born without limbs, not being able to experience the joy of ordinary people, would the world really be fair? Are you pursuing a numb world without fighting or a paradise where everyone laughs?" Paradise. Chu Shiren was stunned. He subconsciously replied, "Of course I want a paradise where everyone laughs. There are always people who want to live forever. If you can't live forever, you can't laugh. How are you going to change such people?" Han Ju continued to ask. The others listened carefully. They could feel his Tao heart from his words. Chu Shiren said, "I will lead them to seek other forms of joy." On what basis? What do you mean? On what basis are you allowed to change other people's ambitions? What right do you have? If you do, why can't you say that those who want to bully you and those who like to do evil have the right to do the same? Because they are wrong. How can you be sure that they are wrong? They are wrong because you think so. Or did the heavenly Tao personally tell you that they are wrong? In the end, you only want the world to listen to you. You want to make the world look like the world you want. I don't. Actually, you're not wrong. Han Ju changed his tone and smiled strangely. Chu Shiren was stunned. He thought that Han Ju was going to scold him. This twist was too fast. Han Ju said, "If your cultivation is the strongest, won't you be able to create the world you want?" Chu Shiren was silent. "You clearly have excellent talent. Is it easy to cultivate, or is it easy to convince everyone in the world? You only have less than 200 years of life. How many people have you convinced until now?" Han Ju's words were like a knife piercing into Chu Shiren's heart. He had advised many cultivators, but no one was convinced. Han Ju suddenly asked, "Do you believe in Buddhism or Tao?" The cultivation world in this mortal world focused on the Tao sect. Buddhism cultivation techniques were rare and could even be said to be extinct. For more, visit Light Novel World. However, Buddhism was very popular among mortals. The people of many dynasties were Buddhist followers. Chu Shiren replied, "Of course I believe in Tao. I believe in the great kindness dharmic Tao and that the world is inherently good." Han Ju said meaningfully, "I wonder if you can stay true to yourself." "I won't change. Otherwise, I'll burn my bones and scatter my ashes. My soul will disperse and I'll never reincarnate." Chu Shiren promised with a determined expression. Han Ju didn't know the Buddhist's intention and didn't say anything else as he walked back to his cave abode. Tao Comprehension Sword followed closely behind him. Yang Tiandong pulled Chu Shiren aside and started teaching him a lesson. Still in a daze, Chu Shiren thought about Han Ju's words. Was what he wanted really the right thing? If one wanted the world to give up on cultivation, one had to cultivate first. They had to become the strongest before changing the world. What was this? A total hypocrite? Chu Shiren was completely confused. For the next 10 years, the two golden crows broke through to the loose immortal realm one after another. Han Ju strictly ordered them not to leave the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain, or they would be expelled by the heavenly Tao. The others were curious. Why did the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain had the ability to resist the heavenly Tao? In these 10 years, Chu Shiren still did not cultivate. He sat under the tree every day, thinking about something. Han Ju was focused on cultivating, but he was still far from the mid-stage of the reincarnation heaven immortal realm. He had accumulated for more than 20 years already. Cultivating at the heaven immortal realm was much more difficult than cultivating at the earth immortal realm. It could even be said that the difference was vast. No wonder Zhang Guxing said that it was best to become a grand unity heaven immortal before coming out to roam the world. Everyone below grand unity heaven immortal was an ant. Of course, a heaven immortal was only a slightly larger ant. Han Ju saw that the immortal emperor was killed by the divine general, causing him to think that even if he became an immortal emperor, he couldn't act recklessly. Follow new episodes on the light novel world. Com platform. Besides, even though the divine general was impressive, he was still trapped by the enemy. Perhaps only by reaching the illusory zenith heaven golden immortal realm could he truly transcend. Han Ju opened his eyes and took out the Book of Misfortune to relax. He had been cultivating his entire life and needed some entertainment to go along with it. The first to be cursed was the malevolent demon saint. He had to cause trouble for this fellow. Several months later, Xing Hongxian returned. The first thing she did after returning was to find him. Han Ju sensibly chased Tao Comprehension Sword out of the cave abode, causing the grass spirit to be very dissatisfied. "Where's my senior sister?" Han Ju asked. If Chang Yue returned, she would definitely come to see him. Xing Hongxian replied, "We parted ways after returning to Great Yen. She said she wanted to go back to her hometown." She has a hometown. Who knows? I don't care about her. Husband, look. What treasure is this? Xing Hongxian opened her right hand, revealing a strange red stone. Han Ju took it and looked. Other than the color, this red stone looked like an ordinary stone. He used his divine sense to probe and discovered a strange aura inside the red stone. Even he, who was at the reincarnation heaven immortal realm, could not see through it. Another treasure? Han Ju was secretly shocked. This girl was too lucky. He asked cautiously, "Where did you find this stone?" Xing Hongxian replied, "It fell from the sky and almost hit me. I took a look. How can a stone that fell from the sky be so simple? A treasure fell from the sky again. The heaven-evading stone from before had also fallen from the sky." Han Ju didn't believe that it was a coincidence. There had to be a reason. The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel World. Somehow, a pair of eyes was spying on him. Don't think about it. It's been so long. I missed you. Xing Hongxian smiled and started to help him take off his clothes. Han Ju sighed helplessly. So urgent? Of course. I miss you every day. Is my heavenly puppet still intact? Pfft, I just talked to it. I didn't do anything weird. Let's play a new game today. What new game? Listen to my commands. A month later, Xing Hongxian left in satisfaction. Tao Comprehension Sword watched her leave with gritted teeth. Her body was filled with the scent of her master. It was too strong. Tao Comprehension Sword doubted her life. She accompanied her master every day. Why couldn't he be so close to her? Once Xing Hongxian returned, she could immediately. Inside the Khanate cave abode. Han Ju was playing with the red stone and comparing it with the heaven-evading stone in his left hand. After looking for a long time, he still did not understand. He stopped thinking about it and started cultivating again. Perhaps when his cultivation level increased to a certain level, he would be able to see through the red stone. 3 years later. Han Ju was still cultivating when he suddenly felt a force trying to pull his consciousness away. Although it was not strong, he remembered this force. Qi Yunxian. Han Ju relaxed and let Qi Yunxian bring his consciousness into a vast starry sky. Qi Yunxian was only at the early stage Grand Unity Heaven Immortal Realm. Han Ju had already caught up. In terms of true strength, Han Ju was definitely stronger than him. Seeing Qi Yunxian again, Han Ju sighed. Back then, he felt that Qi Yunxian was very strong and mighty. Now, he felt that it was nothing much. Read at Wuxia World. EU. Qi Yunxian was the first to speak. The forces behind the demon saint are about to compromise. Once the heavenly court executes the demon saint, they will quickly clean up the mortal world. Many immortals have already noticed you. Qi Yunxian was the first to speak. The forces behind the demon saint are about to compromise. Once the heavenly court executes the demon saint, they will quickly clean up the mortal world. Many immortals have already noticed you. With the help of the system's concealment function, Qi Yunxian didn't know that Han Ju's cultivation had already caught up to him. Han Ju nodded and said, "Thank you for the reminder." Previously, a large group of immortal gods had a favorable impression and hatred towards him. This meant that the immortal gods had also agreed to his plan to prove his talent. According to Zhang Guxing, the strongest heavenly generals in the mortal world were no stronger than the Grand Unity Heaven Immortal Realm. Han Ju naturally didn't feel much pressure. You seem to have offended the giant spiritual martial god. He's the leader of the heavenly generals who will clean up the mortal world, Qi Yunxian continued. Han Ju wasn't surprised. The cultivation of the giant spiritual martial god was at the perfected Grand Unity Heaven Immortal Realm. He was not invincible. Han Ju frowned and said, "I don't know who giant spiritual martial god is. Previously, a heavenly general came to find trouble with me. His name was Yang San." Qi Yunxian came to a realization and said, "So that's how it is. Yang San is a subordinate of the giant spiritual martial god. His position is not high, but he's well liked by the giant spiritual martial god. However, speaking of which, Yang San has descended into the mortal world without permission. This is against the heavenly rules. I must report this matter." Han Ju smiled and didn't say anything. Qi Yunxian was only informing him. In the end, he was not very firm. Otherwise, why would he allow his mortal world to be cleaned up? By the way, have you heard of the Supreme Buddha? Han Ju suddenly asked. Supreme Buddha? I've heard that there are 5 great Buddhas in the Buddhist sect. The Supreme Buddha is very famous. It's mainly because he betrayed the Buddhist sect. He actually persuaded them to give up cultivating. How ridiculous, Qi Yunxian replied. He wanted to laugh at the mention of this. Han Ju asked in surprise, "Why?" "Who knows? I keep having the feeling that the Buddhists are up to something." Han Ju fell into deep thought. If what Qi Yunxian said was true, then Chu Shiren might not have been planted by the Buddhists. Their ideals were truly conflicting. If he had such a disciple, he would definitely send him to the enemy. Perhaps this was the reason why Chu Shiren practiced the Tao. After the matter with the demon saint is over, I will be transferred away. At that time, I won't be able to help you. If you regret it, it's still not too late. I can help introduce you to the heavenly court. Qi Yunxian stared at Han Ju seriously. Han Ju shook his head and said, "I haven't regretted it yet. Thank you for your kind intentions. The two of them did not chat for long. This content is taken from Light Novel World. Calm Hanju's consciousness returned to his body. He took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing giant spiritual martial god. After all, he was a perfected Grand Unity Heaven Immortal. Hanju had to do anything to injure him. Ever since the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal mountain became a Tao field, the spirit chi increased by 5 times. Everyone on the mountain began to cultivate faster. After the 3-headed Wirm king consumed the soul of the abyssal yellow dragon, his bloodline began to transform towards that of a true dragon. However, before he completely transformed into a true dragon, he grew 2 more dragon heads and became a 5-headed Wirm king. Not only that, but his cultivation level had also reached the 8th level of the Mahayana realm. The cultivation levels of the others also increased steadily. The weakest Yang Tiandong also began to fight for the Void Amalgamation realm. After Xing Hongxian and Fairy Shi Xian returned, they discovered that the spirit chi on the mountain had increased. They no longer went out to adventure and also entered seclusion. When the spirit chi reached a certain level, even the weakest potential could become immortal. Of course, the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal mountain had yet to reach that level. Another 10 years passed. Fang Liang returned. He first visited Hanju, then returned to the Fusang tree to cultivate. Hanju noticed that he was a little lonely and didn't mention the saintess. It seemed like this fellow had suffered an emotional setback. Hanju didn't mind. Since Fang Liang was unwilling to speak, why should he ask? He clicked on interpersonal relationships and checked his emails. Your good friend Mo Fuzhou has left the mortal world. Your Tao companion Xian Qingjun has attained the Grand Unity Tao fruit and become a Grand Unity Earth Immortal. Your disciple Su Qi spread bad luck. The providence of your enemy, the Black Fox Demon Emperor, has declined. His lifespan has decreased by 3,000 years. Your disciple Murong Qi was attacked by demon beasts, X178930. The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel World. Your good friend Zhou Fan was attacked by your grand-disciple Murong Qi and was severely injured. Fortunately, the mighty figure saved him. Your disciple Sun Chang'an has obtained the blessing of the world. His providence has increased greatly. Mo Fuzhou left the mortal world. Hanju frowned. Was the devil race playing tricks? I'll ask Mo Zhu later. Hanju noticed that Zhou Fan was attacked by Murong Qi. What was going on? Zhou Fan was too pitiful. Hanju suddenly felt heartache. Although Zhou Fan was arrogant and had a deep vengeance to settle, Hanju's impression of him had never decreased. He had died several times. It was normal that he couldn't defeat Murong Qi now. He didn't know why the two of them had a conflict. Hanju looked at it for a while before connecting his divine sense to Mo Zhu's heavenly puppet. At this moment, Mo Zhu was meditating in a temple alone. Where did Mo Fuzhou go? Hanju's voice sounded. Mo Zhu immediately opened her eyes. This wasn't the first time Hanju contacted her through the heavenly puppet, so she wasn't shocked, only happy. She hurriedly took out the heavenly puppet and replied, several years ago, he said that he sensed an opportunity and wanted to go out alone. We don't know where he went. Mo Fuzhou, Mo Yuling, and Mo Zhu had found many disciples of the Mo family in the past few hundred years. After reuniting, they had left the mortal world. The Mo family already had more than 1,000 disciples, and they could be considered to have risen again. However, the entire world was chasing after fiendish cultivators, so Mo Zhu didn't dare to go back and find Hanju. How's your cultivation recently? Hanju asked. Mo Zhu replied, I'm about to break through to the Void Amalgamation realm. She sounded pleased. After inheriting the Mo family's fiendish technique, her cultivation speed was indeed a little fast. Visit Light Novel World. For a better experience. The two of them chatted for a while before Hanju cut off his connection with the heavenly puppet. Mo Zhu was in a good mood. After so many years, he still cared about her. I have to cultivate well. I'll ascend with him in the future and accompany him on the path of cultivation. Mo Zhu thought firmly. After so many years, he should have already reached the Mahayana realm. Their cultivation levels were still far apart. 12 years later, Han Ju finally reached the mid-stage of the reincarnation heaven immortal realm. He finally felt that his cultivation speed was a little slow. After all, he wasn't just a descendant of an immortal emperor. He also had the spiritual physique of the six paths, top-notch talent in the sword Tao, top-notch comprehension, and so on. The Fusang tree, the earth immortal gourd, the resurrection lily, heaven and earth grass, and the 9 heavens galaxy water are all still growing. The immortal chi of the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain cannot compare to the upper world. Han Ju thought silently. He still had to ascend eventually. After passing the heavenly court's calamity, he should consider ascending. As long as the heavenly court was willing to let go of this mortal world, Han Ju would have nothing to worry about. He couldn't join the heavenly court or the divine palace. These two forces would definitely cause trouble. Of course, he didn't have to ascend if he obtained some natural treasures that nurtured immortal chi through the system. Han Ju consolidated his cultivation as he thought. On this day, the great Yen welcomed a snowstorm that was rare for hundreds of years. It was even greater than the snowstorm from when Demon King Jian Su woke up. Even the sun was covered by snow. Not only the great Yen but also the other states and dynasties. Han Ju felt inexplicably uneasy. The great calamity was coming. Updated from Light Novel World. Calm as a reincarnation heaven immortal, his premonition was naturally extraordinary. Read at Wuxia World. EU. Under the Fusang tree. Under the Fusang tree. Fong Liang looked up at the sky. It was white, with snow filling the sky. Tu Linger muttered, "There's something wrong with the snow." Because the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain was already a Tao field, the snow couldn't fall inside, causing it to become the only mountain that was not covered in snow. The three-headed Wirm king asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "This snow contains spirit chi," Ada added. The two golden crows also tilted their heads and looked into the sky. Yang Tiandong, Chu Shiren, the black hell chicken, and the chaotic heavenly dog were all looking around. At this moment, Han Ju and Tao Comprehension Sword walked out of the cave abode and came to the Fusang tree. The heavenly court might be coming, Han Ju said softly after sitting down. Heavenly court. Everyone was moved. In the legends, the heavenly court was the representative of the immortal gods. Fong Liang had also learned that the heavenly court wanted to clean up the mortal world, so he had a complicated expression. "What do you mean?" Tu Linger was puzzled. Fong Liang immediately explained to everyone. After he finished speaking, everyone's expression changed. Immortal gods wanted to clean up the mortal world. If this was not a calamity, then what was? Han Ju said calmly, "I'm prepared to stop the immortals." Everyone looked at him in shock. They all knew that Han Ju was very strong, but he was already strong enough to resist the heavenly court. It's impossible for the heavenly court to send out all their forces. They will only send a portion of the heavenly troops. If I can stop them and let the heavenly court see my strength, I will use joining the heavenly court as a condition to exchange for peace in the world. Han Ju chuckled. He spoke casually, but his disciples could feel the pressure. The black hell chicken couldn't help but say, "Master, you can already ascend. Why don't you bring us along and run away?" It really felt that Han Ju didn't have to fight to the death. You can find the rest of this content on the Light Novel World. Com platform. Han Ju smiled and said, "Let's try. If we can't block it, we can only run." Tu Linger frowned. "Master can run. What should we do?" "Don't worry, I can ascend with this mountain. These words were true. The Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal mountain had already become a Tao field that could isolate the heavenly Tao. After they ascended, as long as they didn't leave the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal mountain, they wouldn't be crushed to death by the immortal chi of the immortal world. The three-headed Wirm king couldn't help but curse. They call themselves immortal gods. They want to clean up the entire mortal world because of suspicion. Why don't they directly attack the devils? I don't believe that the heavenly court can't do it. I feel that this is just a superficial effort. Clearing up the demonic path in the mortal world means we are just sacrifices. He had played such tricks before. When competing with the other demon kings for benefits, the other party might compromise and give him the benefits. However, he had to submit to the masses, so the other party would push out some demons to take the blame instead. No matter what, it sounded wrong to clean up the mortal world directly. After all, this mortal world was still dominated by the righteous path. The others also felt that heavenly court was too sinister. The chaotic heavenly dog looked at Chu Shiren and mocked. If we give up cultivating, we're doomed. We can only wait for the heavenly court to slaughter us. Chu Shiren frowned. He was also feeling very uncomfortable. It was indeed as the chaotic heavenly dog said. If he gave up cultivating, forget about peace, the entire world would be gone. Grandmaster, should we call Master and Senior Brother back? Fong Liang asked. Han Ju replied, I already did. He had already informed Sun Chang'an and Murong Qi through the 6 paths insignia. Cultivate well. Try your best to carry my burden as soon as possible. Han Ju smiled. Everyone was ashamed. At this point, everyone began to work hard and cultivate with all their might. Chu Shiren seemed to have made up his mind and also started cultivating. His talent stunned everyone. Even Han Ju was shocked. In just a short year, he became a golden core. This was cheating. Han Ju couldn't help but become curious. How strong was the Supreme Buddha? For more, visit Light Novel World. The 5 great Buddhas were definitely existences stronger than the Divine General. In the blink of an eye, another 14 years passed. Sun Chang'an and Murong Qi returned. Murong Qi seemed to have transformed into a different person. He was full of dominance and had already surpassed the 5th level of the body integration realm. As expected of the reincarnation of the Divine Palace War God. Sun Chang'an was still so helplessly pathetic. It was worth mentioning that Chu Shiren was inexplicably close to Sun Chang'an and always chatted with him. Sun Chang'an liked Chu Shiren very much. He spoke with this fellow disciple-nephew even more intimately than with his disciple. He had no choice. After so many years, Murong Qi's patience with him had long been worn out. He didn't respect him at all and even often shouted at him. Han Ju felt strange seeing them interact. Sun Chang'an was only a natural treasure nurtured by the Buddhist sect in his previous life, while Chu Shiren was the supreme Buddha. Now, Sun Chang'an had become the Buddha's martial uncle. The relationship tree was in chaos. Ever since Chu Shiren started cultivating, Yang Tiandong became arrogant. Chu Shiren had already reached the nascent soul realm. He had reached the nascent soul realm in 14 years. Fong Liang and Murong Qi were inferior to him. Fong Liang and Murong Qi were also shocked and cultivated even harder. Inside the Khanate cave abode, Han Ju taught Tao Comprehension Sword while cultivating. Tao Comprehension Sword's potential was also very strong. After all, she had obtained the Tao Discussion Comprehension of an immortal god. Although she couldn't compare to Chu Shiren, she was still much stronger than Yang Tiandong and the Black Hell Chicken. The Heavenly Emperor wants to send his son to the mortal world to deal with you. You have the following choices. 1. Immediately ascend and avoid fighting to the death with the Heavenly Court. You can obtain a random natural treasure. 2. Don't ascend for the time being. Wait for the heavenly court to descend into the mortal world. You can obtain a mystical power inheritance and a heavenly Tao spirit stone. 3 lines of words suddenly appeared in front of Han Ju. He was stunned. Son of the Heavenly Emperor. I can't kill him. Follow current novels on Light Novel World. It was fine to kill the heavenly troops since the Heavenly Emperor could replace them. But if he killed his son, could he become the Heavenly Emperor's son instead? Han Ju frowned. Should he immediately ascend? No. After ascending, Daoist Dan Qing, the Vermilion Bird, and a bunch of immortals might be waiting for him. Besides, after cultivating for so many years, it was time to show off. After cultivating quietly in a place no one cared about, he would appear out of thin air when everyone wasn't paying attention to him and shock the world. If he couldn't win, he would escape. Han Ju made a decision not to ascend. Congratulations on obtaining the mystical power, Destiny Sword Chi Great Will, Destiny Sword Chi Great Will, Sword Tao Mystical Power, Karma Mystical Power. The Sword Chi can create a karmic wheel. All things will be sucked in and their fate will be severed. Their bodies and souls will be destroyed completely. Congratulations on obtaining a heavenly Tao spirit stone. In a dark hall, the door suddenly opened, and a blinding golden light expelled the darkness. The majestic heavenly emperor flew into the hall, his divine might spreading vastly. A silver-armored man who was cultivating in the main hall opened his eyes. He immediately stood up and knelt down to the heavenly emperor. He looked so tiny in front of the heavenly emperor. However, there was a hint of arrogance between his brows. His entire aura was filled with confidence. The heavenly emperor looked down at him and said, "Shaner, the matter of the demon saint has come to an end. After the heavenly punishment is over, I want you to descend into the mortal world and clean it up. A prodigy has appeared in this world. He has probably reached the heaven immortal realm. You have to do your best." This silver-armored man was called Long Shan, and he was the son of the heavenly emperor. His mother was from the true dragon race, and he had been cultivating in the heavenly court. Long Shan asked in surprise, why didn't he ascend with such a cultivation level? An immortal emperor once threw a heavenly Tao stone into the mortal world, and it was obtained by him. Perhaps this child is related to that immortal emperor. Fight with your full strength. There's no need to hold back. Can I kill him? Yes. The source of this content is Light Novel World. Read at Wuxia World. EU. Long Shan has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 1 star. Long Shan has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 1 star. Having just inherited the mystical power, Han Ju saw this line of words appear in front of him. He checked Long Shan's information. Long Shan, perfected Grand Unity Heaven Immortal Realm, son of the Heavenly Emperor, true dragon bloodline. He has the inheritance of the Heavenly Dragon Great Emperor and is a rare prodigy of an era. He has the strength to kill enemies beyond his cultivation realm. Because the Heavenly Emperor asked him to challenge you, he's interested in you. Current hatred points, 1 star. Son of the Heavenly Emperor. True dragon bloodline. The inheritance of the Heavenly Dragon Great Emperor. A rare prodigy of an era. Did he possess 4 connate providences? Han Ju cursed silently. This was ridiculous. A perfected Grand Unity Heaven Immortal who could even kill enemies at a higher realm. This was another protagonist candidate. Feeling a sense of danger, Han Ju continued to cultivate the Destiny Sword Chi Great Wheel. After mastering this mystical power, Han Ju began to upgrade his other Sword Tao mystical powers. He couldn't increase his cultivation level in the short term. He had to increase his strength first. He came to the Sword Tao River again and bumped into Zhang Guxing. Before Han Ju could greet him, Zhang Guxing spoke first, the demon saint who caused trouble in the heavenly court has been captured. He's about to suffer heavenly punishment. Soon, the heavenly court will regain peace. At that time, they will continue to clean up the devil race. Hanju nodded and said, I already know. That demon saint was captured. Isn't he backed by a force? Zhang Guxing said calmly, he's only a pawn in the game between the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court. The heavenly court has given the entire western region of the immortal world to the Buddhist sect. The heavenly court needs to maintain its reputation. Thus, that demon saint must die. The more Hanju listened, the more it sounded like the Monkey King story. Although Journey to the West wasn't as dark as it seemed, after the various conspiracy theories of modern-day netizens, the entire event became a Buddhist conspiracy. Is that demon saint a monkey? Hanju asked. The source of this content is Light Novel World. Calm Zhang Guxing replied, how would I know? After all, I've always been here. If not for you, I wouldn't have bothered to ask. Hanju immediately understood and smiled. My good brother, thank you for doing this. Zhang Guxing harumphed. What brother? You're not calling me senior now. We're already so close. How distant must I be to call you senior? Alright, have you really thought about it? Although there's a previous example like the Divine General, the Heavenly Emperor is cunning, temperamental, and has high standards. Perhaps you won't be able to catch his eye. If it doesn't work, I can only give up. Even if I can't win, I can still escape. I felt that something was wrong with you. You don't seem to be cultivating the grand unity Tao fruit. Your Tao is more like the 6 paths of the netherworld. I'm not sure either. I'm not the reincarnation of a mighty figure. If there's an opportunity, I'll grab it. That's true. Then, Hanju asked about the Supreme Buddha. Zhang Guxing indeed had some understanding of him. Among the 5 great Buddhas, the Supreme Buddha was the least utilitarian. However, he was deeply influenced by the one who established the 6 paths of reincarnation. He felt that the cycle of life and death was the greatest Tao and that it was the true heavenly Tao. He even repeatedly persuaded the Buddhist disciples to give up cultivating, angering the other 4 Buddhas. One of the Buddhas said that since he believes in the cycle of life and death, he should enter the cycle of reincarnation himself. Thereafter, the Supreme Buddha really entered the cycle of reincarnation, and there's been no news of him since. Zhang Guxing sighed while saying that. Hanju finally confirmed that this was not a Buddhist conspiracy. There was really something wrong with the Supreme Buddha. Zhang Guxing suddenly laughed mockingly. Since you're so concerned about the Supreme Buddha, have you already come into contact with him? He has already reincarnated more than 1,000 times, and the Buddhist sect has no intention of bringing him back. You don't have to worry. The Buddhist sect can't wait for the Supreme Buddha to fall into eternal reincarnation. Hanju smiled as he thought, brother, you're so calm. You can even predict this. He asked about Long Shan again. Never heard of him. Hanju was helpless at this reply. But this made sense. Visit Light Novel World. Calm for the best novel reading experience. There couldn't be only one son of the Heavenly Emperor. The 2 of them chatted for a while more before Hanju continued forward. The snow in the mortal world lasted for many years. The snow contained spirit chi, causing cultivators to benefit. However, for mortals, this was a great disaster. More and more mortals died in the snow disaster. The land and mountains were frozen, no longer green. Hanju inexplicably thought of the Ice Age. Could it be that Earth had also faced a great calamity before, so it welcomed the Ice Age? Was it Earth protecting itself? It was very likely. However, that was all in his previous life. Hanju's main goal now was to work hard to become stronger. The heavenly court would come at any time. Hanju started to worry. He waited every day, making it difficult to cultivate calmly. Su Qi had already returned, he was also called back by Hanju. He said that the Black Fox Demon Emperor had suffered from chi deviation during his cultivation, so he left very smoothly without any obstacles. Han Ju couldn't help but want to laugh. A jinx was a jinx, after all. After Su Qi returned, Han Ju discovered that the spirit qi had multiplied. He was pleasantly surprised and immediately entered seclusion. It had been 7 years since he had chatted with Zhang Guxing. Han Ju couldn't help but feel frustrated. He stood up and walked out of the cave abode. Follow new episodes on the Light Novel World. Com platform. Fairy Shi Xian, Chang Yuer, and Xing Hongxian cultivated in their cave abodes and did not go out again. Han Ju found Fairy Shi Xian. She let him in when she heard his voice. It had been a long time since Han Ju discussed the Tao with her. When he saw Fairy Shi Xian again, Han Ju discovered that she was the same as before. She still had the aura of a fairy. "What made you come out of seclusion to see me?" Fairy Shi Xian asked with a smile. She looked at Han Ju with a meaningful gaze. She wasn't stupid. She understood Han Ju's intentions. In the entire Jade Pure Sacred Sect, how many people could enter the Cultivate diligently become Immortal Mountain to cultivate? Han Ju smiled and asked, "Have you heard that the Heavenly Court is coming?" This was no secret on the Cultivate diligently become Immortal Mountain. Xing Hongxian already knew, so with her relationship with Chang Yuer, she must have told her. Since Chang Yuer was also Fairy Shi Xian's disciple, she must have known already. Fairy Shi Xian said, "I already know. Actually, you don't have to stay for the sake of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect and the people of the world. You can already ascend. You should leave as soon as possible. There's no need to fight with the immortals. As for us and the sect, this is all fate. There's no need to put yourself in danger. I've known you for 1,000 years. I know your personality very well. You only wanted to cultivate peacefully from the beginning. You want to live forever. There's no need to be tied down by emotions. I've lived for so long. To be honest, I've already lived enough. Even if I have to die tomorrow, I'm not unresigned. The only thing I feel guilty about is your kindness. I'm afraid I can't repay you for what you've done." She rarely spoke so much at once. Han Ju smiled and said, "Don't worry. I definitely have a foolproof plan. If I can't win, I'll bring the Cultivate diligently become Immortal Mountain and ascend together. However, are you willing to follow me?" Fairy Shi Xian shook her head and laughed. "If I say no, it means that I don't know how to appreciate your offer. That would be hypocritical." Then, she changed the topic and started to talk about the past with him. Han Ju's anxious heart also calmed down. After chatting with Fairy Shi Xian for a few days, he went to Chang Yuer and also chatted for a few days. His state of mind had completely recovered. It was useful to recall the past. For more, visit Light Novel World. He could remember his initial feelings again. After returning to the Khanate cave abode, Han Ju was about to start to cultivate when a line of words suddenly appeared in front of him. Detected that the heavenly rules of the mortal world have been shut off. The calamity of the world is about to arrive. Read at Wuxia World. EU. The heavenly rules were shut off. The heavenly rules were shut off. The calamity of the world was coming. Han Ju took a deep breath. It was finally coming. It was unknown how many soldiers and generals the heavenly court would send. Long Shan would definitely come, and so would the giant spiritual martial god. To be cautious, Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing them. He didn't care about winning unfairly. The other party was bullying them with numbers, after all. Heavenly Court, Numinous Palace. The Heavenly Emperor sat on his throne with a majestic aura. Divine light flashed behind him. The immortals in the hall were all wise and powerful. Dressed in silver armor, Long Shan stood among the heavenly generals expressionlessly as he waited for the heavenly emperor's arrangements. The demon saint has already been executed. His soul has fallen into the cycle of reincarnation. Next, we should eliminate the remaining devils in the mortal world. How many mortal worlds have been tainted? The heavenly emperor slowly asked. A white-robed elder with white hair and a youthful face cupped his fists and said, "Your Majesty, the devil race has invaded 43 mortal worlds. 11 of them are worth cleansing." So many? The heavenly emperor frowned as displeasure flashed through his eyes. The immortals couldn't help but whisper. The white-robed elder smiled bitterly. The demon saint delayed us for too long. This gave the devils an opportunity. The calamity lasted for nearly 1,000 years. It was indeed a long time. The heavenly emperor said, "I won't ask further. You can deal with it yourself. However, there's a mortal world that I want you to see with your own eyes." He waved his right hand. A divine light flew out from his sleeve and floated in the air in the hall. It transformed into a huge mirror, and the scene of Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal Mountain appeared in it. Visit Light Novel World. Calm for the best novel reading experience. Snow covered the sky. Amidst the flying snow, the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal Mountain seemed to be protected by an invisible barrier of light, isolating it from the snow. It had an ethereal feeling of loneliness at the top. The heavenly emperor said, "Several hundred years ago, you heard the arrogant words of those two mortals. I discovered that the providence of this world far exceeds that of other mortal worlds. Other than some reincarnations of mighty figures, the providence bearers are mainly from this mountain. This time, while cleaning up the mortal world, we have to pay attention to this world. Shaner must also participate." The immortals couldn't help but look at Long Shan. No wonder this kid appeared in the hall. A burly heavenly general said, "I'm willing to lead my subordinates to clean up this world." He was 10 feet tall, with a big waist and a square face. He had tiger eyes and thick eyebrows, and he emitted an extremely domineering aura. The immortals were in an uproar. They didn't expect that the giant spiritual martial god would personally clean up the mortal world. Coupled with Long Shan, this situation had already surpassed the severity of merely cleansing a mortal world. Were the geniuses of this world really that powerful? When the time comes, all the immortals and gods must watch the battle in this hall. The heavenly emperor continued. These words caused the immortals to look in the same direction. Divine General. The Divine General had a majestic figure and a handsome and cold face. His armor burned with flames, and the pair of phoenix wings on his crown kept flapping. He could be said to be handsome and extraordinarily domineering. Back then, when the Divine General challenged the immortals in the mortal world, the Heavenly Emperor had also let the immortals and gods watch. After witnessing the Divine General's grace and talent, no one dared to oppose him entering the Heavenly Court. After that, under the Heavenly Court's nurturing, the Divine General rapidly rose to become the sharpest spear in the court. The Divine General remained silent. The immortals couldn't help but look forward to the exciting battle in the mortal world. There won't be another Divine General. Long Shan suddenly said, attracting everyone's attention. He looked at the Divine General with a burning gaze and said, "There's only one Divine General from the mortal world, and there won't be a second. But in the Heavenly Court, there won't be just one." His words were overbearing, but the Divine General wasn't angry. Instead, he lowered his head and smiled. Follow current novels on Light Novel World. Calm. The immortals smiled as well. Long Shan was an admirer of the Divine General and had cultivated with him for a period of time. 8 years later. Han Ju was 1,100 years old, but there was no reward option. It seemed that after 1,000 years, there would no longer be a once-in-100 years reward. This disappointed Han Ju. The snowstorm in the mortal world had finally receded in the past few years. The sun shone brightly and spring filled the air. The mortals cheered, but the cultivation world was in misery. The heavenly immortal manor had already spread the news that the heavenly court was about to clean up the mortal world. The entire world was fearful. The fiendish cultivators were also frightened. Although they did as they pleased, they didn't want the commoners to be slaughtered by the immortals. For a time, the righteous and demonic paths began to capture the remaining devils. Many families like the Mo's were slaughtered. As for the Mo family, they had long hidden away from the mortal world and were not affected. On this day, a loud bell sound shook the world. Everyone in the world could hear it. Immediately after, a dignified voice sounded, "This world has been assimilated by the devil race. It will bring calamity to all worlds. According to the heavenly rules, it should be destroyed. Heavenly troops, listen up. Clean up the mortal world." Boom, the entire world exploded. Giant spiritual martial god's voice was too sudden, catching everyone off guard. Endless thunderclouds covered the sky. Everyone raised their heads. Above the layers of thunderclouds, terrifying figures appeared. They were high up and mighty like mountains. Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. Hanju and Dao Comprehension Sword walked out of the cave abode and also saw the immortal gods in the sky. Immortal gods filled the sky, their divine might oppressing the world. Updated from Light Novel World. Calm. Although the number wasn't terrifying, each figure was huge. They looked down on the mortal world, bringing despair and fear to everyone. Heavenly might descended, enveloping the world. Those are immortal gods. The three-headed Wirm king exclaimed. The others looked up nervously. Su Qi, Fairy Shi Xian, Xing Hongxian, and Chang Yuer rushed over. They also looked up, their faces filled with shock. They were all mortals. This was the first time they had seen an immortal or god. Facing the divine shadows above the thunderclouds, they felt like ants, incomparably tiny. The Jade Pure Sacred Sect was also in chaos. Countless disciples were discussing while the elders activated the sect protection formation. However, they all knew that their formation was useless against immortals. Under the Fusang tree, the Black Hell Chicken, the Chaotic Heavenly Dog, the two Golden Crows, Yang Tiandong, Sun Chang'an, Su Qi, Tu Linger, the three-headed Wirm King, Fang Liang, Morong Qi, Chu Shiren, and the others all looked at Hanju. Facing such a terrifying immortal army, Hanju still wanted to fight. How could they fight? Although Hanju had displayed great strength previously, compared to the immortals in the sky, his aura was worlds apart. The shortest divine figure on the thunderclouds was at least 10,000 feet tall. The Black Hell Chicken said with a trembling voice, "Master, shall we run?" How could they fight? There was no chance at all. Hanju ignored it and looked up at the sky with narrowed eyes. He saw someone. It was the most majestic and terrifying figure at the top. Giant spiritual martial god. The martial god stood above the 9 heavens and looked down at the world. His expression was cold as if he was looking at a worm on the ground. Hanju could feel that giant spiritual martial god was staring at him. Visit Light Novel World. Com for the best novel reading experience. Mortals who want to prove their talent to the heavenly court, come. In 2 hours, if no one can prove their talent, the heavenly punishment will descend and cleanse the world. Giant spiritual martial god's voice was extremely loud and shocking. He spoke very calmly, but it sounded like he was roaring. Read at Wuxia World. EU. Giant spiritual martial god's words caused the entire world to go mad. Giant spiritual martial god's words caused the entire world to go mad. The immortal gods wanted to destroy the world. In this desperate situation, no one dared to challenge them. They were still in denial. What if the immortal gods were joking? Hanju was hesitating. Should he take the initiative to attack, or should he wait for the immortals to come to the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal Mountain? How can we cultivators fear death? An ancient voice sounded. To be precise, it resounded throughout the 10 provinces and 9 dynasties. Han Ju had never heard this voice before, but he could feel an aura rising in the distance. Mahayana Realm Cultivator. He wasn't the only one. Other Mahayana Realm cultivators flew into the sky. The Mahayana cultivators hidden everywhere in the world moved out. The world was facing the greatest calamity, they had no choice but to take action. Ji Xianxian also attacked. Carrying countless lightning bolts, Ji Xianxian charged into the clouds without hesitation. Behind him were the mighty figures of the heavenly immortal manor. So what if they're immortal gods? Humanity can triumph over heaven. Ji Xianxian laughed in high spirits. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. In the distance, waves of black demonic mist surged towards the immortals. Within the demonic mist was the Black Fox Demon Emperor. This was a crisis for all living beings in the world. Even though it was not human, the Black Fox Demon Emperor still had to take action. This was also the reason why Ji Xianxian did not kill him. Although the Black Fox Demon Emperor united the demons, he had also promised that if the immortal gods attacked the mortal world, he would definitely attack. Dozens of mighty figures from the mortal realm charged into the sky. Above the layers of thunderclouds, the divine shadows raised their divine weapons and slashed towards the mortal world. Devastation was at hand. A dazzling light filled the world, causing Han Ju to squint. No. Updated from Light Novel World. These people couldn't stop the immortals. He had to take action. Han Ju left after saying, "Don't leave this mountain." When the strong light dissipated, everyone looked over with wide eyes. A 10,000-foot tall giant appeared in the air. It was Han Ju. Mystical power, imitate heaven and earth. Han Ju rose in the sky as if stepping on an invisible staircase. His golden robe fluttered wantonly. He raised his hand and used his dermic powers to block the vast dermic powers from the heavenly troops, preventing the great Yen from being destroyed. In an instant, the immortals turned around and looked at him. It's him. What powerful dermic powers. There's actually someone with such a cultivation level in the mortal world. Could it be that he has a heavenly Tao stone on him? It said that Yang San was killed by him. The immortals' voices were very loud, echoing throughout the mortal world. Everyone in the world was stunned. Did this mean that there was a mighty figure in the mortal world who was comparable to an immortal god? On the other side of the sky, Ji Xianxian stabilized himself in the air. His face was pale. He couldn't withstand the attacks of the heavenly soldiers. However, he couldn't help but smile when he heard the heavenly troops. No matter what, Daoist Chao would be the one to defend them. Humph. A cold snort sounded. It was the voice of Giant Spiritual Martial God. Standing at the top, Giant Spiritual Martial God suddenly leaned over. All the living beings were shocked and felt as if the sky was collapsing. He was too huge and majestic. Han Ju saw his face clearly. Even though he was already 10,000 feet tall, he still looked tiny in front of the ladder. For more, visit Light Novel World. Grand Unity Heaven Immortal. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. Giant Spiritual Martial God snorted, his tone filled with killing intent. Numinous Palace. The immortals in the hall were shocked. Grand Unity Heaven Immortal. Why would such a monster appear in the mortal world? Could it be that someone from the immortal world has descended into the mortal world? I'm not sure, but no matter what, he's indeed a good recruitment target for the heavenly court. After all, he appeared in the mortal world we control. How old is he? I can't deduce it. He should have a supreme treasure on him that can block karma deductions. The heavenly emperor was expressionless. He ignored the discussions of the immortals and gods and stared at Han Ju in the mirror. Han Ju wasn't afraid of the high and mighty giant spiritual martial god. His expression was calm. He raised his right hand and pointed his index finger at the sky. Everyone in the Great Yen could see his huge body. The scene of Hanju facing the immortals and pointing at the sky shocked them. The next scene was something they would never forget. Boom! Heaven-earth mystic yellow world-piercing sword finger. Sword chi shot out from Hanju's right index finger. The sword light shone brightly. The heavenly soldiers didn't have time to react. Giant spiritual martial god subconsciously raised his palm to block as a terrifying sword chi exploded, scattering the thunderclouds in the sky. Kill! With a furious roar from giant spiritual martial god, countless heavenly soldiers swooped down from the sea of clouds like a rain of arrows. A sword appeared in Hanju's hand. It was the primordial judgment sword. He held his sword in one hand and continued to step into the sky, quickly brandishing his sword. Sword chi surged with unstoppable momentum. Heavenly soldiers were killed by Hanju one after another. The heavenly soldiers' strength was at the loose immortal realm. How could they resist the reincarnation heaven immortal Hanju? Hanju didn't hold back either. If he spared their lives, wouldn't the heavenly court think that he was afraid? The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel World. Calm on the Cultivate diligently become Immortal Mountain, Sun Chang'an, on Tiandong, and the others saw Hanju's fighting style and trembled with excitement. Grandmaster is so strong. Murong Chi said excitedly. So Grandmaster was really confident. The eyes of the others were filled with shock and admiration. Fairy Shi Xian looked at Hanju's back and sighed. Back then, Hanju had acknowledged her as his master. She had never thought that this child would be strong enough to fight against immortals. Hanju pressed forward and easily killed the heavenly soldiers along the way. However, his gaze was fixed on giant spiritual martial god. A perfected grand unity heaven immortal. It had to be said. Giant spiritual martial god's aura was indeed terrifying. Even though Hanju had already reached the mid-stage of the reincarnation heaven immortal realm, he still felt the pressure. It was very difficult to insta-kill giant spiritual martial god. However, Hanju was still confident. He was invincible at the same cultivation level. A beam of light descended from the sky like a meteorite and collided with him. It was giant spiritual martial god. Giant spiritual martial god also used the mystical power, imitate heaven and earth. Being 10,000 feet tall, he fought with Hanju in the sky. The two heaven immortals used their mystical powers, causing the sky to tear apart. Space twisted as countless bolts of lightning interwove between heaven and earth. The mortal world couldn't withstand it. Calamities occurred everywhere in the world. Be it mortals or beasts, most of them were fleeing in misery. Hanju couldn't care less about the situation in the mortal world. He focused on the battle seriously. Although he had been cultivating in seclusion, with the simulation trial around, his combat experience was still very rich. The firmament sword chi landed on giant spiritual martial god's body one after another, but it didn't cause any substantial damage. This fellow's armor was extraordinary. Of course, it was even harder for giant spiritual martial god to hurt him. Hanju kept moving, preventing his saber from striking. Hanju suddenly waved his sword. The sword chi was vast and mighty, turning into an endless sea of sword chi. Countless sword shadows condensed and appeared densely, like the stars in the universe. 3 Pure world cleansing. Giant spiritual martial god was moved. What kind of mystical power was this? In an instant, countless sword shadows attacked him from all directions. It was grand and spectacular. Stirred, the wind blew in all directions, shaking the forest on the ground and even uprooting it. This content is taken from Light Novel World. Calm when immortals fight, mortals suffer. Read at Wuxia World. EU. When Hanju used 3 Pure world cleansing, the powerful giant spiritual martial god quickly fell into a disadvantage. When Hanju used 3 pure world cleansing, the powerful giant spiritual martial god quickly fell into a disadvantage. Even though his dermic powers were endless and his armor was powerful, it couldn't block the endless sword shadows. He kept swinging his saber with gritted teeth. Hanju stood in the sky and waved his sword continuously. Sword shadows formed in a sea of sword chi and shot at giant spiritual martial god. The other heavenly soldiers were so frightened that they didn't dare to approach them. They could only watch from afar. How is that possible? Giant god can't defeat him. Giant spiritual martial god is a perfected grand unity heaven immortal. He can't be immortal. He must be from the immortal world. Oh no, are we going to be cannon fodder again? No wonder we have to clean up this mortal world. There's actually such an expert hidden here. The heavenly troops were terrified. In the heavenly court, they had the lowest status, but they cherished their lives and did not want to die. Most immortals became heavenly soldiers not for feelings but for benefits. Hanju raised his left hand and shot out the heaven-earth mystic yellow world-piercing sword finger from time to time, piercing through giant spiritual martial god's armor. Giant spiritual martial god was furious. All the immortals and gods in the numinous palace were watching. He didn't want to lose. He suddenly transformed into a bolt of lightning and disappeared. Almost at the same time, Hanju swung his sword and turned around. Clang, the sword and saber collided. The sound was clear and ear-piercing, causing all the mortals in the world to temporarily lose their hearing. Hanju smiled disdainfully and said, "That's it." Enraged, giant spiritual martial god's face distorted, and he lost his mind. He roared and used his domineering strength to send Hanju flying. However, before he could continue, 10 million sword shadows swept over again. The sword shadows transformed into a mighty torrent that crashed into giant spiritual martial god's chest. Giant spiritual martial god fell to the ground as blood flowed from his mouth. This was the blood of an immortal god. It splattered in the sea of clouds and dissipated. Follow current novels on Light Novel World. Damn it. Giant spiritual martial god gritted his teeth and tried his best to stop. However, a continuous stream of sword shadows caused him to fall faster and faster. A massive body descended from the sky. How terrifying and spectacular. Like a giant mountain, it stirred up a world-destroying wind. The mountains and rivers below were crushed and flattened. The ground cracked and countless cracks appeared. Dust flew as cities were destroyed by the strong wind. It was unknown how many mortals, livestock, and beasts were swept into the horizon. Giant spiritual martial god landed on the ground, causing the ground within 1,000 miles to collapse. In front of immortals, everything in the mortal world seemed extremely weak. Countless sword shadows descended from the sky and landed on giant spiritual martial god's body. Boom! Giant spiritual martial god's armor shattered. His body endured the destruction of the 3 pure world cleansing, and he couldn't help but roar like a primordial beast, causing the world to shake and weep. Hanju looked down at him and hesitated. Should he kill him? Giant spiritual martial god wasn't a heavenly soldier. Continue pressing down. I'll destroy his body first. A hint of ruthlessness flashed across his eyes. As giant spiritual martial god roared, his body was quickly destroyed by the 3 pure world cleansing. Only his soul was left. He was still enduring the pressure and could not move. Hanju looked up at the sky and said, "Does the heavenly court really want to clean up the mortal world?" His voice resounded throughout the world, echoing in the numinous palace. The heavenly emperor was expressionless. The immortals whispered among themselves. Giant spiritual martial god might not be a first-rate general, but he was also a cornerstone. Most of the battles were led by him. A heavenly general that was robust like an iron pagoda stood out and said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, this kid is too arrogant." I think we should use the heavenly punishment to directly destroy this world. The other literature immortals agreed, but some did not agree. The divine general said casually, His Majesty has already said that if he can show his talent, he can give up on clearing the world. He's only 1,000 years old, but he has already reached the heaven immortal realm. Are any of you this talented? With that said, all the immortals quietened down. This content is taken from Light Novel World. Calm who would dare to not give face to the divine general. The burly heavenly general snorted coldly and did not continue trying to persuade them. The heavenly emperor ignored the immortal gods and continued to stare at the mirror. Seeing Hanju forcefully suppressing an immortal god, the cultivators of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect cheered. Taoist Nine Cauldrons also revealed a fanatical expression. He knew that Hanju was strong, but he didn't expect him to be so powerful that even an immortal god wasn't his match. He was glad that he listened to Li Qingzi and didn't offend Hanju. Under the Fusang tree, Su Qi looked at the magnificent scene in the sky. For some reason, he felt that this scene was very familiar. It was like he had seen it before in a dream. Murong Qi and Tu Linger felt their blood boiling. They wished they could immediately participate in the battle. The others were also very excited and found it difficult to maintain their calm. Humph. Do you really think that our heavenly court has no one left? A cold snort sounded like thunder. Hanju turned around and saw a vast silver light descending from the sky, illuminating the world. In the dazzling light, a figure walked towards Hanju. Long Shan. Long Shan's silver armor burst out with divine light. He held a trident and his cloak fluttered wantonly, emitting an unparalleled aura. He's stronger than giant spiritual martial god. This was Hanju's first thought. He looked at Long Shan. The three pure world cleansing that had suppressed giant spiritual martial god also dissipated. Hanju returned to his original size. Maintaining, imitate heaven and earth, would continue to consume his dermic powers. He planned to deal with Long Shan with all his might. This was the son of the heavenly emperor, with the bloodline of a true dragon, the inheritance of the heavenly dragon great emperor, the prodigy of an era. He couldn't be careless. Long Shan looked at him with a burning gaze and asked, How old are you? Visit Light Novel World. Calm for the best novel reading experience. Hanju said calmly, I just reached 1,100. Hearing this, Long Shan frowned and walked faster towards him. The numinous palace was in an uproar. A 1,100 years old heavenly immortal. Impossible. This was even more exaggerated than Long Shan, the son of the heavenly emperor. Qi Yunxian immediately stood out from the immortals and cupped his fists. Your Majesty, we have to take in this child. Otherwise, it will be a huge loss for the heavenly court. He was extremely excited. He didn't expect Hanju to really be able to block the heavenly troops and suppress giant spiritual martial god who was stronger than him. Qi Yunxian was proud. This was the mortal world under his jurisdiction. The other heavenly generals agreed. Such a prodigy is indeed rare. If we nurture him, he will definitely become the next divine general. That's right. Your Majesty, please reconsider. If the heavenly court has two divine generals, how can we be bullied by the Buddhists? Hearing the immortal god's words, the heavenly emperor's expression did not change. Let's wait and see. Between him and Shana, who do you think will win? The immortals fell silent. That was hard to guess. Long Shan's talent was terrifying, and his combat strength was immeasurable. However, Hanju also had an easy time against giant spiritual martial god. They didn't dare to guess. No matter who they guessed would win, they would offend someone. From the heavenly emperor's attitude, Hanju was very likely to become one of them. The source of this content is Light Novel World. Calm, a white-haired old immortal said slowly, His Highness Long Shan obtained the great emperor's inheritance. His advantage was never his cultivation speed, but his battle strength. With someone taking the lead, the other immortals also supported Long Shan and flattered the Heavenly Emperor. Read at Wuxia World. EU. Han Ju didn't know the situation in the numinous palace. He only had one goal now. Han Ju didn't know the situation in the numinous palace. He only had one goal now. Defeat Long Shan. Long Shan was clearly stronger than giant spiritual martial god, but Han Ju didn't feel any danger. No matter how strong he was still a grand unity heaven immortal. The two of them walked closer and closer, their auras increasing in intensity. The surrounding sky distorted. Please fight me with the determination to kill, because I won't show mercy. Long Shan stared at him and said coldly. Han Ju cursed silently. You have the heavenly court behind you and the heavenly emperor as a father. Of course you're fearless. But me? Han Ju developed 3 stars of hatred points towards Long Shan. Almost at the same time, Han Ju and Long Shan rushed towards each other. Boom, a strong light burst forth, illuminating the sky. Han Ju quickly brandished the primordial judgment sword and fought with Long Shan. Long Shan waved his trident and easily blocked his every strike. The two of them were just testing each other for now. However, the probing only lasted for a few breaths of time. Long Shan's attack power suddenly increased, and his trident sent Han Ju flying. He followed with his trident and stabbed forward, waving it like a dragon, and his dermic powers transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon. Like a mountain range, it roared into the sky and charged towards Han Ju with unstoppable force. Thunderclouds surged violently as the atmosphere in the sky changed rapidly, as if heaven was changing its expression. After Han Ju figured out the strength of Long Shan's dermic powers, he immediately used 3 pure world cleansing. This mystical power had a wide range and terrifying lethality. It had always been Han Ju's ultimate technique. Once the sea of sword chi appeared, countless sword shadows quickly condensed and attacked Long Shan. Long Shan didn't panic at all. He had witnessed the battle between Han Ju and giant spiritual martial god. This content is taken from Light Novel World. He waved his trident, causing his dermic powers to transform into 9 golden dragons that quickly circled his body, destroying all the sword shadows attacking from all directions. As Long Shan defended, he rushed towards him with a wild smile. Han Ju was indeed very strong. But not strong enough. Han Ju used the Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow World-Piercing Sword Finger, but Long Shan dodged it. Seeing that he was about to reach him, Han Ju drew a circle with his sword, and sword chi leaked out. A huge sword chi wheel condensed in front of him and spun at high speed. The sword chi circled at high speed in the huge wheel, raising a terrifying hurricane. Destiny Sword Chi Great Wheel. Karma Mystical Power. Long Shan could sense the danger, and his expression changed slightly. He immediately moved behind Han Ju. Han Ju turned around and waved his sword. Countless sword shadows slashed out with huge momentum and collided with Long Shan. Long Shan relied on the 9 golden dragons around him to block the sword shadow torrent, but he was still pushed back. What a powerful sword chi! Is his magic power endless? Long Shan frowned. He felt that Han Ju was difficult to deal with. The Destiny Sword Chi Great Will made him feel extreme danger. He couldn't approach it. But if he maintained a distance, he could only passively endure the 3 pure world cleansings barrage. Han Ju's eyes narrowed. He felt that he couldn't delay any longer. The faster he defeated Long Shan, the more he could prove his talent. His shoulders shook, and 2 heads and 4 arms grew out. Mystical power, 3 heads 6 arms. The Qilin sword appeared, and he waved it at Long Shan with 2 hands. Sword chi and sword shadows kept attacking. The remaining 4 hands stretched out their index fingers and pointed at Long Shan. Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow World-Piercing Sword Finger. Han Ju's attacks increased exponentially. The number of sword shadows and sword chi far exceeded expectations. Under such a violent attack, Long Shan's 9 golden dragons were destroyed one after another. Oh no! Long Shan's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly dodged. Whoosh, the most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel World. There was an uproar in the Numinous Palace. Seeing Han Ju forcefully suppressing Long Shan, they all looked as if they had seen a ghost. 3 heads 6 arms. The Dao sect's mystical power. Is he from the Dao sect? No, he doesn't have any Dao sect karma on him. Perhaps it's just a fortuitous encounter. Incredible. His physique doesn't seem simple. He can actually squander his dermic powers like this. His Highness is about to lose. The immortals were shocked. The Heavenly Emperor watched quietly with a calm expression. In the mortal world, the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals watched from afar. They were dumbfounded. Giant spiritual martial god's body was destroyed. Even the son of the Heavenly Emperor couldn't defeat Han Ju. Are mortals so fierce nowadays? At this moment, Han Ju used 3 heads 6 arms, Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow World-Piercing Sword Finger, 3 Pure World Cleansing, and Firmament Sword Chi. He forcefully suppressed Long Shan as if there were 3 of him fighting at once. Long Shan didn't dare to approach, afraid that he would be injured by the Destiny Sword Chi Great Wheel. He could only constantly dodge. However, the immortals were watching from the upper world. No matter how he dodged, he didn't dare to escape. This was a battle that would affect his reputation. He had already boasted. Long Shan gritted his teeth as his eyes filled with ruthlessness. His silver armor burst out with divine light and turned into a silver rainbow. It broke through countless sword shadows and sword chi to attack Han Ju with unstoppable might. Han Ju's eyes narrowed and raised his palm. 6 Paths Ultimate Seal. The 6 Paths dermic powers condensed into a huge black seal that looked like a text character. It collided with Long Shan and blocked him. Han Ju followed and moved behind him. The Destiny Sword Chi Great Wheel was facing Long Shan. The terrifying suction force tried to pull him in without resistance. Oh no! Updated from Light Novel World. Long Shan's expression changed drastically. He tried his best to escape, but the suction force was too terrifying. The surrounding space distorted violently. The golden dragons around him roared as if they were forced into a corner. Long Shan did not panic as he quickly formed hand seals with both hands. In an instant, his dermic powers condensed into a silver shadow above his head. The silver figure had a domineering figure. Although his face couldn't be seen, he exuded an invincible aura. Great Emperor, kill the enemy. Long Shan shouted angrily. The silver figure above him raised his right hand and slapped at the Destiny Sword Chi Great Wheel. Boom, the Destiny Sword Chi Great Wheel was dispersed. Han Ju frowned. Almost at the same time, his arms didn't stop. He continued to cast spells and attack Long Shan. He even opened his mouth and spat out sword chi. Caught off guard, Long Shan was pressed to the ground by the countless sword chi. Thousands of sword shadows poured down like the collapse of the sky and landed on him. Long Shan ended up in the same state as giant spiritual martial god. Crap! Long Shan finally panicked. Han Ju's mystical powers were unleashed too quickly. He couldn't keep up. The silver shadow on his body finally dissipated after suffering the attacks of 10 million sword shadows and sword chi. This time, Long Shan could only use his body to withstand it. Boom, Long Shan fell and smashed through the ground. The ground split open, and countless sword shadows and sword chi descended from the sky. At first glance, it looked like a black pillar that connected the sky and the ground. Han Ju was expressionless. He kept using his mystical powers. His 6 arms moved together and his 3 heads had cold expressions. He was like a primordial war god, violent and domineering. Below, Long Shan was enduring Han Ju's sword chi and sword shadows. He was like a sandbag that couldn't dodge. If this continues, I'll definitely lose. Long Shan thought angrily. He had been utterly defeated in his first battle after leaving seclusion. He didn't even hurt Han Ju. What would the immortals and his father think of him? Thinking of this, Long Shan's eyes turned red. He couldn't lose. Follow current novels on Light Novel World. He couldn't afford to lose. Read at Wuxia World. EU. I'm the son of the Heavenly Emperor. I'm the favored prodigy of the true dragons. I even obtained the inheritance of the great emperor. I'm the son of the Heavenly Emperor. I'm the favored prodigy of the true dragons. I even obtained the inheritance of the great emperor. Why should I lose? On what basis? Long Shan roared in his heart. The mysterious power in the depths of his bloodline was activated. Boom! He erupted with a terrifying aura. Like a volcano erupting, he broke through the sword chi and sword shadows, and the surrounding land was crushed into ashes. High in the sky, Han Ju saw a silver pillar of light shoot into the sky, directly dissipating the 3 pure world cleansing sea of sword chi. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. This fellow gained a power-up. If this isn't the protagonist's treatment, what is? However, I love suppressing the protagonist. Han Ju immediately activated the 6 paths dermic powers and slashed out another sea of sword chi, layer after layer. A total of 9 layers of sword chi. This was what Han Ju had comprehended previously. He couldn't increase the strength of the 3 pure world cleansing, so it was better to increase the quantity. The 9 layers of sword chi were equivalent to 9 overlapping 3 pure world cleansing. This move consumed a lot of Han Ju's dermic powers. If not for the fact that the 6 paths of reincarnation technique was an immortal emperor's cultivation technique, he wouldn't have been able to squander his dermic powers like this. 3 pure world cleansing, 9 heavens. The 9-layered sword chi see quickly condensed sword shadows. There were countless of them, stunning all the mortals in the world. Most of the mortals couldn't see that it was Han Ju using a mystical power. They thought that it was an immortal god preparing to unleash heavenly punishment and destroy the world. Oh my God, who can save us? Why? Why do the immortal gods want to kill us? What did we do wrong? The heavenly Tao is unfair. Immortal gods are heartless. Immortal gods are heartless. All the living beings in the world were wailing. As the battle between Han Ju and Long Shan continued, it was difficult for the world to withstand the battle between heaven immortals. All sorts of natural disasters kept appearing. In the numinous palace, the immortals were also stunned by this move. Does this kid have unlimited dermic powers? His comprehension of the sword Tao is extremely deep. That's not right. His Highness obtained the great emperor's inheritance. Could this kid be the same? His cultivation technique is not simple. Perhaps he also has an immortal emperor inheritance. Not necessarily. His Highness is about to use his full strength. Long Shan ascended to the sky and widened his eyes when he saw the sea of sword chi. He felt helpless for the first time. Who was this person? Was he really a heaven immortal? No. I can't lose to someone at the same cultivation level. Long Shan suppressed his uneasiness with anger. He raised his right hand, and the trident flew back to him. With a shake of his body, he transformed into a 10,000 feet long white dragon. His face was ferocious and his fangs were sharp like blades. His dragon eyes were bloodshot, like 2 huge beads of blood. Roaring, he charged at Han Ju. The 3-headed and 6-armed Han Ju was expressionless. He gently waved his sword, and the billions of sword shadows condensed from the 9-layered sword Qi landed. At this moment, Hanju seemed to be the god of war who wielded the heavenly constellation and controlled the heavenly punishment. 3 pure world cleansing, 9 heavens was basically the heavenly punishment. Having transformed into a dragon, Long Shan couldn't care less. He lost his mind and rushed towards Hanju at full speed. Millions of sword shadows descended. In the eyes of all living beings, the sky collapsed. Boom! 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 Countless sword shadows landed on the white dragon, who roared and continued forward. He only had eyes for Hanju. When he was less than 1,000 meters away from him, he was still forced to the ground by the 3 pure world cleansing. Countless sword shadows fell like a torrential rain. Hanju was high up in the rain and looked down coldly. The white dragon wailed as it was pressed down on the ground again, enduring the pain brought by the 3 pure world cleansing. The entire mortal world shook. Soon, the white dragon was covered in blood, and white bones could be seen. Hanju was expressionless, but he was panicking inside. The heavenly emperor was still not speaking. If this continued, he would really kill Long Shan. In that case, he and the heavenly court would fight to the death. He wasn't afraid. At most, he would escape. But then this world would be completely ruined. Follow new episodes on the light novel world. Com platform. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't compete with the entire heavenly court. At the same time, the immortals in the numinous palace were also anxious. Your Majesty, isn't it over? His Highness can't hold on much longer. This child is clearly waiting for the heavenly court to react. Otherwise, His Highness would already be dead. That's right. He didn't kill giant spiritual martial god earlier as well. I think we can accept him. Even the literature immortals started to change sides. Hanju's talent was too amazing. It would be a pity to kill such a prodigy, but letting him go would be even worse. The heavenly emperor's eyes flickered, but he did not reply. The divine general stood calmly without trying to persuade the heavenly emperor. Hanju watched as Long Shan's body was destroyed, leaving only his essence soul. Long Shan only had 1 star of hatred towards him. At this point, his hatred had yet to increase. He had decent morals. Join the heavenly court. A vast and domineering voice entered Hanju's ears. Voice transmission technique. Hanju immediately understood. Detected that the heavenly emperor has invited you to join the heavenly court. You have the following choices. 1. Agree. Obtain the favor of the heavenly emperor, you can obtain a heavenly Tao spirit stone. 2. Reject. Obtain the hatred of the heavenly emperor and the endless pursuit of the heavenly court. You can obtain a mystical power inheritance and a supreme treasure. 3 lines of words appeared in front of Hanju. When he saw the second option, he couldn't help but be speechless. Hanju asked in his heart, what about the mortal world? No more cleansing. The heavenly troops will retreat immediately. I'll join, but can you give me some time? I don't want to ascend now. Visit Light Novel World. Com for the best novel reading experience. Alright, I agree to join the heavenly court. Hanju stopped. 3 pure world cleansing, 9 heavens vanished. Long Shan's soul lay in the huge pit, on the verge of death. The heavenly troops heaved a sigh of relief. If Long Shan died in front of them, they would all have to die with him. At this moment, the heavenly emperor's voice resounded through the world. This mortal world was infiltrated by the devils and should have been wiped out. However, someone stood out and used his aptitude to exchange for peace. Hopefully, everyone will remember his contribution today. Heavenly troops, retreat. Restart the heavenly rules. The world fell silent. All the natural disasters stopped as if a mysterious force was calming everything. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. The Heavenly Emperor had indeed kept his promise. The Heavenly Emperor has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 3 stars, you chose to join the Heavenly Court and obtained a Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone. The heavenly troops immediately left with giant spiritual martial gods and Longshan souls. Han Ju followed and checked his interpersonal relationships. The image of the Heavenly Emperor was very domineering. This fellow looked very similar to the Heavenly Emperor in Han Ju's imagination. In Han Ju's opinion, the Heavenly Emperor should be high and mighty, like Qin Shi Huang, and not the weak Jade Emperor in Journey to the West. Heavenly Emperor, cultivation unknown. Lord of the Heavenly Court, immeasurable Emperor. He controls all the immortals and gods. His temperament is unfathomable. Because of your talent, he has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 3 stars, what was the immeasurable Emperor? Han Ju was secretly curious. He turned around and flew back to the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal Mountain. The Jade Pure Sacred Sect was cheering because they saw Han Ju leave the mountain. The person who saved the world and obtained the recognition of the Heavenly Court was their deity-slaying elder. When he arrived at the Fusang tree, the disciples were all pleasantly surprised. The Black Hell Chicken asked excitedly, "We don't have to run anymore?" Han Ju smiled and nodded. Yes. The others surrounded him, each more excited than the last. Fang Liang asked excitedly, "Grandmaster, are you going to the Heavenly Court?" Han Ju smiled and said, "Not yet. The source of this content is Light Novel World." Calm. Although he survived this tribulation, he didn't want to go to the Heavenly Court immediately. It would be troublesome. He had definitely offended many immortals in this battle. Read at Wuxia World. EU. The immortal gods retreated. The mortal world was peaceful. The immortal gods retreated. The mortal world was peaceful. For a time, the world was filled with laughter. The Jade Pure Sacred Sect was even more joyous and lively. Han Ju chatted with his disciples for a while before returning to the cave abode. He had benefited greatly from this battle. Divine General's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 3 stars, when Xuxing's hatred towards you has decreased. Current hatred points, 1 star, D Tai Bai has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 2 stars, Thunder God has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 2 stars, Shu Jinxing has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star, Marshal Shenpeng has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. A series of notifications appeared in front of Han Ju. Most of them were favorable impressions. The immortals weren't stupid. Han Ju's performance was enough for him to become the next divine general, so they naturally wanted to rope him in. Of course, some immortals were secretly jealous. However, they didn't expect Han Ju to be able to see their favor and hatred. Han Ju stabilized his state of mind. Today's battle made him realize his shortcomings. Previously, he had killed those above his realm instantly. Now, he needed some time to fight them. Although Long Shan was also not simple and was a genius of the Heavenly Court, it still made Han Ju uneasy. No. I have to increase my strength. The higher the cultivation realm, the smaller the difference between those of the same cultivation realm. Han Ju didn't want to be unable to defeat enemies of the same cultivation realm in the future. Thinking of this, Han Ju perked up. He had to work harder. Time passed. Visit Light Novel World. Calm for a better experience. 10 years passed after the heavenly troops left. Peace returned to the mortal world. The fiendish cultivators were almost extinct. Previously, the devils had caused the heavenly court to clean up the mortal world, causing the righteous path and the demons to hate the devils. The fiends were also afraid of the immortals from the upper world. Therefore, the fiendish cultivators had repented one after another. The Jade Pure Sacred Sect knew that it was Han Ju who fought against the immortal gods, causing this matter to spread throughout the world. Portraits and statues of him were everywhere. Of course, the drawing was not accurate. The image of the statue was also very different from Han Ju's. For 10 years, the immortal gods did not descend into the mortal world again. Han Ju also cultivated in peace. On this day, Ji Xianxian came to visit. The two of them met in the forest. "You want to ascend?" Han Ju asked in surprise. Ji Xianxian nodded. "The immortal god calamity has passed. There's no need for me to stay in the mortal world anymore. Besides, I'm different from you. I don't have the means to stay in the mortal world. I don't want to acknowledge you as my master." Han Ju remained silent. Ji Xianxian asked, "When will you ascend?" Han Ju replied, "We'll see." He would be a soldier once he entered the heavenly court. How troublesome. Ji Xianxian snorted. "Then, I'll go to the heavenly court first and look after you in the future." He immediately regretted it after saying that. The current Han Ju was already so strong that even if he ascended, he might not be able to surpass him. "No. I can't think like that. I'll surpass him sooner or later. I was born to be the strongest." Ji Xianxian's gaze was firm. Han Ju smiled and said, "Then, I wish you a bright future." Ji Xianxian's mood improved. He asked, "When will Fong Liang ascend?" Follow current novels on Light Novel World. Depends. The two of them fell silent. Finally, Ji Xianxian left. Han Ju was about to turn around and leave when he bumped into someone. The Heavenly Emperor. Han Ju retreated in fear. He had always remembered the image of the Heavenly Emperor. After all, he was a big shot. The Heavenly Emperor looked as tall as him. He wore a white robe and was not as domineering as he looked. He also had a scholarly aura. Han Ju took a deep breath and calmed down. The Heavenly Emperor had a 3-star favorability towards him. He shouldn't harm him. The Heavenly Emperor smiled and said, "Han Ju, when I asked Shaner to deal with you, I wanted him to go all out and fight you with the determination to kill." Han Ju was silent and looked at him quietly. "It wasn't that I wanted him to kill you. I just wanted to see your potential. You didn't let me down." The Heavenly Emperor's smile was very kind and did not give off any pressure. Han Ju asked in surprise, "You wanted me to join you from the start?" The Heavenly Emperor placed his hands behind his back and smiled. "You're not simple. You don't cultivate the grand unity Tao, but you can attract many people with great providence. Even the jinx of my heavenly court has acknowledged you as his master. Perhaps you have a destiny that even I can't see through." Han Ju was secretly shocked. On second thought, it made sense. What kind of existence was the Heavenly Emperor? How could he not see through Su Chi's foundation? Are you afraid of trouble and don't want to enter the heavenly court? Is that why you're stalling? How can that be? I can see very little karma in your life. You have interacted with fewer people than mortals who have lived an entire lifetime. I was curious and deduced the first half of your life. I didn't expect you to be a freak who had been cultivating since you were young. A freak? Han Ju felt humiliated. The Heavenly Emperor smiled. "If you don't want to enter the heavenly court and get involved in trouble, that's fine. Follow new episodes on the Light Novel World. Platform." Han Ju was stunned. The Heavenly Emperor was letting him go. "I'll let you replace Qi Yunxian and become an immortal official in this mortal world. How about that? As for Qi Yunxian, I know that you have a good relationship with him. He will be promoted. No immortals will disturb you usually. In terms of treatment, I'll let you enjoy cultivation resources like my son, Shaner. When you become stronger, you can become the second divine general of the heavenly court." Replacing Qi Yunxian. Han Ju was tempted. The Heavenly Emperor continued, "Normally, you don't have to go to the numinous palace to attend our court meetings. I will send someone to find you if necessary. If you have any requests, you can ask him for help. After all, I'm the Heavenly Emperor. I can't always be around you." Understanding what he meant, Han Ju asked carefully, "Are you trying to conceal me?" This treatment was too good, and it also suited Han Ju's intentions. But from another point of view, it was equivalent to depriving him of authority and fame. The Heavenly Emperor said calmly, "The Heavenly Court is deep and complicated. I want you to be mine and not the Heavenly Court's. Do you agree?" Han Ju wasn't stupid. This was a matter of choosing sides. If he refused, he would be dead. Moreover, the Heavenly Emperor was very sincere and didn't beat around the bush. It suited Han Ju's taste. Being with the Heavenly Emperor shouldn't be bad. Han Ju said, "Of course. To be honest, I don't dare to ascend because I don't have a backer in the upper world. I still have many enemies." The Heavenly Emperor smiled faintly. "You killed the people they planted in the mortal world, right? From now on, I'm your greatest backer. The Vermilion Bird Clan and the Dragon Immortal Island will no longer make things difficult for you. Of course, you can't cause trouble unless others provoke you. In addition, don't spread this conversation and don't tell Qi Yunxian." The mighty leader of the Heavenly Court still had to keep it a secret. The dangers within the court were truly unfathomable. Han Ju nodded. "Don't worry. You should have already observed my character from the first half of my life. The Heavenly Emperor's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 4 stars." The Heavenly Emperor raised his right hand, and a scroll appeared in his palm. "This is the Sword Dao inheritance of the Heavenly Court. You should like it." Han Ju caught the scroll and was about to speak when he looked up. The Heavenly Emperor had already disappeared. As expected of the immeasurable Emperor, he really came and went without a trace. Han Ju opened the scroll and saw 3 words. Heavenly Sword Dao. Visit Light Novel World. Come for a better experience. Read at Wuxia World. EU. After returning to the Khanate cave abode, Han Ju took out the Heavenly Sword Dao scroll and began to comprehend it. After returning to the Khanate cave abode, Han Ju took out the Heavenly Sword Dao scroll and began to comprehend it. A technique given by the Heavenly Emperor was definitely not simple. Dao Comprehension Sword asked curiously, "What's this?" Han Ju replied, "A sword Dao." Dao Comprehension Sword's eyes lit up. "Can I learn it?" Han Ju looked up at her and snorted. "I'll teach you after I learn it." If Dao Comprehension Sword could become stronger, Han Ju would naturally be happy. She couldn't continue being just a decoration. Besides, Han Ju believed that he could obtain stronger mystical powers in the future. He wasn't afraid of teaching his disciples and having them overtake him. With Dao Comprehension Sword's feelings for him, it was impossible for her to betray him. Even if she did, Han Ju had already left the 6 paths insignia. There were many ways to resolve it. This might be unfair to Dao Comprehension Sword, but one had to be wary of others no matter what. Even if it was the woman closest to him, Han Ju couldn't trust her completely. Longevity was the top priority. He couldn't be blinded by emotions. Han Ju stopped thinking and focused on comprehending it. The more he looked at it, the more shocked he became. This Heavenly Sword Dao was something. That's it. It could definitely help him increase his strength. Numinous Palace. The Heavenly Emperor sat on his throne and resumed his arrogant and domineering attitude. There was only one person in the hall. A white-bearded old immortal. This immortal was called Di Taibai, and his status in the Heavenly Court was equivalent to the leader of the literature immortals. Di Taibai asked curiously, "Your Majesty, did you really reward the Heavenly Sword Dao to that person?" The Heavenly Emperor said, "Yes." With his aptitude, he should be able to master it completely in less than 1,000 years. Tai sighed. It's only a matter of time before the heavenly court flourishes with such a genius. I don't plan on letting him be part of the band of immortals. At least, I won't consider it until he becomes a golden immortal. That's good, too. He won't be targeted by the Divine Palace, Buddhist sect, and Demon Court. In the future, you will be in charge of him. If he has any needs, as long as he doesn't cross the line, you will do your best to satisfy him. If anyone harms him, you will also step in. Do you understand? Understood. How's Shaner? His Highness has already recovered his physical body and his Tao heart is stable. He doesn't hate Hanju or you. Instead, he feels that he's not strong or hardworking enough. Good, he has greater character and drive than his siblings. The Heavenly Emperor smiled and looked outside the numinous palace. Tai hesitated for a moment before saying, the reincarnation of the immortal Emperor of the Divine Palace has already awakened the Emperor Tao. The Buddhist sect and the Divine Palace seem to. The Heavenly Emperor snorted. They have colluded, right? The Heavenly Court is the orthodox lineage recognized by the Tao ancestor. Now that the Tao ancestor has been in seclusion for countless years, they all want to overthrow the Heavenly Court's rule. It's fine. The Heavenly Court also has its own connections. We won't collapse. Tai smiled and nodded. Seeming to have thought of something, the Heavenly Emperor said meaningfully, that person in the netherworld seems to have established some kind of agreement with Hanju. If the demon saint's soul is transferred to his mortal world, you will help hide this matter. Of course, you can't let that person in the netherworld know that it's my intention. Tai was stunned and quickly agreed. 5 years later, Hanju had completely mastered the heavenly sword Tao. He couldn't help but sigh. This sword Tao was truly unfathomable. Even with his top-notch sword Tao potential and top-notch sword Tao comprehension, he actually took 5 years to completely master it. If it was anyone else, they would probably never be able to learn it in their lifetime. The heavenly sword Tao was divided into 4 levels. Follow new episodes on the Light Novel World. Com platform. First level, sword pierces heaven. Second level, severing karma. Third level, sword creates the primordial world. Fourth level, immortal slaying sword formation. When Hanju first saw the immortal slaying sword formation, he couldn't help but recall the one from the investiture of the gods. Only the 4 saints could break it. After he mastered the immortal slaying sword formation, he understood that it was not as invincible as he had imagined. The power of the formation in the heavenly sword Tao depended on the sword's power. Hanju immediately entered the simulation trial. Previously, when he fought with Long Shan and giant spiritual martial god, he had already let the system copy their strength. With the heavenly sword Tao, Hanju instantly killed Long Shan. He had only used the first level of the sword Tao, sword pierces heaven. Against giant spiritual martial god, it was also an instant kill. Hanju tried fighting the 2 of them at once. He still insta-killed them. The heavenly sword Tao was very powerful. Hanju was happy. He raised his finger and taught Tao comprehension sword the first level of the heavenly sword Tao. A beam of light entered Tao comprehension sword's forehead and her body trembled before she entered a mysterious state of comprehension. Hanju continued cultivating and strove to reach the late stage of the reincarnation heaven immortal realm as soon as possible. Although the Heavenly Emperor had become his backer, he wouldn't entrust everything to him. Everything still depended on himself. Time passed. 20 years passed in a flash. The calamity of the Heavenly Court decades ago had completely passed and the world no longer mentioned it. The cultivation world had also returned to normal. Some people fought, some ascended, and some also preached about the world. Because of Hanju, the Jade Pure Sacred Sect had benefited greatly. It had already become a holy land of the 10 states and 9 dynasties. A continuous stream of itinerant cultivators and mortals came to worship it. Han Ju wasn't disturbed the entire time. He cultivated in peace and successfully broke through to the late stage of the reincarnation heaven immortal realm. This content is taken from Light Novel World. Calm on this day. Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain welcomed a guest. It was Di Tai Bai. He directly stepped into the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain and ignored the mountain protecting array formation. Even the defensive array formation of the Dao field was useless. Yang Tiandong, Chu Shiren, Fang Liang, and the others were frightened. They all stood up, thinking that he was an enemy. Di Tai Bai smiled and said, "Don't panic. I'm an immortal god of the heavenly court. I'm here to offer an immortal position to Han Ju." Everyone looked at each other. Di Tai Bai glanced at the Fusang tree and was secretly shocked. So it was the Fusang tree. No wonder he could cultivate in the mortal world. Di Tai Bai walked towards the Khanate cave abode. Han Ju opened the entrance and chased Dao Comprehension Sword out. After entering the residence, Di Tai Bai and Han Ju greeted each other. Han Ju also learned his identity. Di Tai Bai, perfected Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm, a second-grade literature immortal of the Heavenly Court. He is the leader of the literature immortals and is one of the right-hand men of the Heavenly Emperor. He is deeply trusted. Because of your potential and the Heavenly Emperor's favorability towards you, he has a good impression of you. Current favorability, 3 stars, previously, it was a 2-star favorability. Now, it had increased by 1 star. It was worth mentioning that the system could detect the perfected Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm. However, Di Hongye, the Divine General, and the Heavenly Emperor's cultivation levels couldn't be shown. This meant that the 3 of them were at least immortal emperors. Di Tai Bai took out a golden token from his sleeve and said, "This is a Heavenly Dao token. It can allow the Heavenly Dao in charge of this mortal world to contact me through this token. If you have any needs or troubles in the future, you can look for me and place a soul mark on it." Han Ju smiled and accepted the token. Di Tai Bai didn't leave immediately and started to converse with him to get closer. The heavenly sword Dao that His Majesty gave you is not simple. If you can learn it in 1,000 years, it shouldn't be difficult for you to become an immortal emperor in the future. Di Tai Bai smiled. 1,000 years? That long? The source of this content is Light Novel World. Calm Han Ju was puzzled. Di Tai Bai sighed. Don't you think it's exaggerated? In the past, a sword immortal in the heavenly court used 10,000 years to learn it. He once severed the river of destiny with a single strike and shocked the heavens, causing all the major factions to have no choice but to repair it. Read at Wuxia World. EU. Sever the river of destiny. Sever the river of destiny. So powerful. Although Han Ju had grasped the heavenly sword Dao, he wasn't that strong. This was normal. No matter how powerful a mystical power was, it still depended on one's cultivation level. Han Ju asked curiously, "What's the river of destiny? Is it like the sword Dao river? It doesn't exist on the surface but in a deeper space." Di Tai Bai replied, "That's right. The river of destiny holds the destiny of everyone. If it's broken, all lives will be lost. Therefore, this is a taboo. All forces have to maintain it." Han Ju was deep in thought. This cultivation path was more complicated than he had imagined. When you master the heavenly sword Dao, remember to tell me. I have to tell His Majesty about this and make him happy. Di Tai Bai stroked his beard and smiled. Han Ju hesitated. Should he come clean? If his talent was too exaggerated, would it attract the Heavenly Emperor's fear? But on second thought, who was the Heavenly Emperor? Would he fear a junior? If that was the case, how could the Divine General from back then survive? There was no need to hide. Han Ju said, to be honest, I've already grasped the heavenly sword Dao. Di Taibai smiled and said, not bad, not bad. You learned, what? You mastered it? Stop bragging. This leader of the literature immortals couldn't remain calm. Impossible. That was the heavenly sword Dao. Han Ju said helplessly, I can't prove it by attacking you, right? Besides, the mortal world can't endure such a commotion. If you don't believe me, we can go to the void to affirm it. Above the mortal world was the starry sky. Above the starry sky was not the immortal world, but a void with nothing. Di Taibai immediately said, let's go. He waved his right hand. In a flash, Han Ju arrived in a dark space. There was no light, but the two of them were immortals. Their bodies emitted a faint divine light. Use your heavenly sword Dao against me with all your might, Di Taibai said. Follow new episodes on the Light Novel World. Com platform. Han Ju didn't hold back. 5 minutes later. The void returned to tranquility. Di Taibai looked at him with a complicated expression. Han Ju was the same. This fellow was actually a sword cultivator. Wait. Could it be that the sword immortal that Di Taibai had bragged about earlier was himself? Crap. In that case, didn't I slap him in the face? It was not my intention. Han Ju only wanted to gain benefits and become stronger. He didn't want to gain enemies. Fortunately, Di Taibai was not a petty person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have changed from 1-star hatred points to 3-star favorability. Di Taibai sighed. I underestimated you. His Majesty also underestimated you. Di Taibai's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 4 stars, Han Ju hesitated. About this. Di Taibai smiled and said, don't worry. In this world, only you, me, and His Majesty will know. No fourth person will find out. Han Ju was completely relieved and smiled. I will immediately inform His Majesty about this. This is the fortune of our heavenly court. Di Taibai smiled and sent him back to his cave abode. Next, he returned to heavenly court. Han Ju didn't think too much and continued cultivating. Dao Comprehension Sword returned to the cave abode. She pouted and asked, who was that old man? Han Ju replied, what does that have to do with you? Have you learned the heavenly sword Dao? For more, visit Light Novel World. It's so difficult. I have yet to comprehend it. Then why aren't you working hard? There's nothing to think about all day. I only used less than half a year for the first level of the heavenly sword Dao. What about you? It's been 20 years. I was wrong. Dao Comprehension Sword was ashamed. She felt that her aptitude was too poor and she had let him down. Han Ju snorted. You must master it within 100 years. Otherwise, I won't teach you the next levels. Alright. Dao Comprehension Sword's fighting spirit was ignited and her eyes lit up. Although the heavenly sword Dao was vast and profound, ever since she started learning it, her cultivation speed and strength had steadily increased. Most importantly, Han Ju didn't teach this sword Dao to anyone. Dao Comprehension Sword felt that she was receiving special treatment and was naturally in a good mood. Numinous Palace. The Heavenly Emperor was moved. It's only been 25 years, but he has already grasped the heavenly sword Dao. Di Taibai suppressed his excitement and said, that's right. I've already tested it. It's indeed the heavenly sword Dao. He can even use the immortal slaying sword formation. The heavenly emperor was in a daze. The hall fell silent. Di Taibai didn't dare to disturb the heavenly emperor's thoughts and remained silent. There were only the two of them in the hall. After a long while, the heavenly emperor sighed. I really underestimated him. Di Taibai also smiled and said, Your Majesty is truly wise. You spared his life. Otherwise, he would have died decades ago. The Heavenly Emperor smiled. There's a Fusang tree on the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal mountain. Let's give him some immortal water that can help the tree to grow. As for Tao techniques, we won't give them for the time being. This kid's cultivation technique is not simple. He probably obtained the inheritance of an immortal emperor, the Heavenly Emperor said. Di Taibai said in surprise, an immortal emperor's inheritance? Then, are we? The Heavenly Emperor waved his sleeve. Humph, which immortal emperor can compare to me? Besides, Hanju has too little karma. I guess that immortal emperor doesn't care about him. 10,000 years later, even if that immortal emperor gets tempted, will Hanju listen to him or me? Don't keep thinking about potential danger. We need to invest first. Prodigies like Hanju and the Divine General will definitely not be willing to submit to others. When Hanju becomes an immortal emperor himself, how can he put another immortal emperor in his eyes? Di Taibai was filled with admiration and hurriedly bowed. Follow current novels on Light Novel World. Calm seeming to have thought of something, he said, a mortal named Ji Xianxian ascended. He has a karmic relationship with Hanju. Previously, they agreed to fight against the heavenly troops. The Heavenly Emperor said, arrange for him to get a heavenly general position. He will be given 7th grade treatment. Tell him not to reveal anything about Hanju. Understood. In the blink of an eye, another 7 years passed. Di Taibai had sent some immortal water to the Fusang tree during this period. There were a total of 7 bottles, which could help the Fusang tree grow faster. 1 bottle would be used every 10 years. Hanju was very happy. His favorability towards the Heavenly Emperor increased greatly. He personally watered the Fusang tree with immortal water. On this day, Hanju thought of the Heavenly Tao token. He was now considered an immortal god, but he had yet to make the Heavenly Tao token recognize him as its master. That was quite irresponsible. The process of using a soul mark to make the token recognize him as its master was not complicated. In less than 2 hours, Hanju grasped the Heavenly Tao token. At the same time, he sensed the Heavenly Tao in the mortal world. It was the starry sky of the universe above the sky. It was like a painting that enveloped the mortal world. Through the Heavenly Tao token, Hanju could look down on the entire world and even see every mortal. He tried to look at Zhou Fan and quickly caught sight of him. Zhou Fan was cultivating in a holy land. He looked at his other friends and easily found them. Is this the feeling of an immortal god? How satisfying! Hanju's divine sense caught a stone tablet in the Heavenly Tao token and stood in the darkness. After his divine sense entered the stone tablet, a huge amount of information entered his consciousness. It was actually the ranking of the myriad worlds. Hanju's mortal world was called the Scarlet Cloud World. It was probably named by Qi Yunxian. It was ranked 4,932. It was not a high ranking, nor was it too low. There were more than 9,000 mortal worlds. There are still rankings among the mortal worlds. Interesting. Hanju didn't think too much about it. He couldn't be bothered to help the Scarlet Cloud World climb up in ranking. This was good. Being in the middle meant it was not eye-catching. It was unknown how the ranking was calculated. He had to ask Di Taibai when he had the chance. The source of this content is Light Novel World. Calm read at Wuxia World. EU. Hanju placed the Heavenly Tao token into the little universe belt. He then took out the Book of Misfortune and the Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone and started to help the Book of Misfortune level up. Hanju placed the Heavenly Tao token into the little universe belt. He then took out the Book of Misfortune and the Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone and started to help the Book of Misfortune level up. Although it seemed peaceful now, and he had a strong backing, he couldn't relax. Even the heavenly court was threatened by the Buddhist sect. In the immortal world, the heavenly court was not the strongest force. After a long while, a line of words appeared in front of him. Book of Misfortune upgraded to a Supreme Grade Grand Unity Supreme Treasure. Treasures were classified as Dharma Artifact, Numinous Treasure, Supreme Grade Numinous Treasure, Grand Unity Numinous Treasure, Supreme Grade Grand Unity Numinous Treasure, Grand Unity Supreme Treasure, and Supreme Grade Grand Unity Supreme Treasure. Hanju tried it after raising its level. He cursed Daoist Dan Qing first. After cursing for 5 days, his lifespan began to decrease. Hanju remembered this time. He could curse the same person for no more than 5 days. Hanju continued cursing, including the immortals in the heavenly court who hated him. While cursing, he checked his emails. The last time he checked his emails was 10 years ago. Your good friend Ji Xianxian was attacked by a heavenly soldier, X10006, your good friend Mo Fuzhou has returned to the mortal world. Your grand disciple Fang Liang dreamed of the primordial era. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your Dao companion Xing Hongxian was attacked by demon beasts, X8653, your Dao companion Xing Hongxian encountered a fortuitous encounter and her cultivation level increased. Your good friend Long Shan was attacked by demon beasts, X230584, your good friend Zhou Fan obtained the dragon bone and his body transformed. Updated from Light Novel World. The cultivation world began to stir again, but many people still obtained opportunities. Hanju noticed the news about Long Shan. The number of times he had been attacked was a little exaggerated. Could it be that he had been thrown into the demon region by the heavenly emperor? Long Shan used to have 1 star of hatred towards Hanju. But for some reason, it became 2 stars of favorability. The heavenly emperor probably did a lot of persuasion. Hanju watched for a while and then focused on cursing. Now that he was already an immortal, he naturally could not interfere with the matters of the mortal world. Even if the world had changed, he still had to continue cultivating. Hanju's next target was the true immortal realm. I should break through to the true immortal realm as soon as possible. Spring passed and autumn came. 25 years passed. Hanju had yet to break through to the perfected reincarnation heaven immortal realm. On this day, he walked out of the cave abode and came to the Fusang tree. Under the Fusang tree, other than the black hell chicken, the 2 golden crows, the 3-headed Wirm king, Tu Linger, and Chu Shuren, the others went out to train. Ever since he became an immortal god, Hanju no longer restricted them. In any case, it was impossible for anyone to cause trouble in his mortal world. After being irrigated by the heavenly court's immortal water, the Fusang tree was already 3,000 feet tall. It was an extremely spectacular sight. It was already the most amazing scene in the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. The 7 seeds of the earth immortal gourd vine were also growing continuously. It was unknown when they would be able to give birth to a living being. Master, I have some questions regarding cultivation. Can you guide me? Tu Linger came over and asked with a smile. She finally had a chance. Hanju asked, tell me. Tu Linger was indeed puzzled about her cultivation. However, after Hanju's explanation, she didn't stop and started chatting with him. Hanju knew what she was thinking. But he didn't care. Follow new episodes on the Light Novel World. Com platform. He looked at Chu Shuren and said, look at your disciple nephew. His cultivation level is almost catching up to yours. Chu Shuren's cultivation level had already reached the 8th level of the Void Amalgamation Realm and was already close to the Body Integration Realm. Tu Linger was at the Body Integration Realm, still a distance away from the Tribulation Transcendence Realm. Hearing this, Tu Linger immediately felt awkward. She fled and focused on cultivating. Chu Shuren stood up and came in front of Hanju. After bowing, he hesitated. Hanju smiled and asked, what? You still want to persuade me to give up cultivating? Chu Shiren took a deep breath and said, "That's right. Grandmaster, you're already an immortal. You can completely make all the living beings in the world give up on cultivation." In the past few years, he had hardly cultivated because he had such thoughts. Hanju chuckled and said, "My goal is not to make all the people in the world give up on cultivation." "Shiren, do you live for yourself or for others?" Chu Shiren was stunned. "Of course I live for myself. I just want my life to be meaningful." "In your opinion, shouldn't humans also give up raising livestock? Pets are also living beings." "That's right, all living beings are equal. What do people eat?" "Food. You think wheat isn't a living being?" You believe in the cycle of life and death. Do you know why there are different types of reincarnation? It's precisely because there are different levels. If bad people commit sins, they won't be able to give birth to a good child in their next life. If good people suffer in this life, they can be rich in their next life. This is the true balance. You've walked on the wrong path. Chu Shiren frowned and hesitated to speak. He wanted to retort, but he didn't feel confident in his defense. Hanju looked at him and said, "If you want someone to give up something, you have to reach for it and see what it is. If it's really barren, you will have a firm Tao heart to convince others. If you haven't smelled the fragrance of flowers, how can you say that they are useless?" Chu Shiren was convinced. "Grandmaster, you're right." Chu Shiren sighed. Chu Shiren's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 4 stars, the source of this content is Light Novel World. If anyone else said that, he would definitely look down on them. But it was different when it came from Hanju. After all, Hanju had given up the chance to ascend. He would rather offend the heavenly court to protect the lives of the world. This righteousness was what Chu Shiren yearned for. He also wanted to be like Hanju, someone who could truly contribute to the world. A line of words appeared in front of Hanju. "Detected bearer of Khanate Providence, check its origin." Hanju raised his eyebrows and immediately chose to check. Zhou Mingyue, 2nd level of the Golden Core Realm, the reincarnation of the upper world demon race's great sage equaling heaven. His master is one of the 5 great Buddhas, Buddha Bodhi. Because he defied the heavenly court's rule, he was hunted down by them. Later, he attacked the heavenly court and was suppressed by the heavenly emperor with a supreme mystical power. His body was destroyed by the heavenly punishment and his soul entered the cycle of reincarnation. After hearing that the Jade Pure Sacred Sect had an immortal god, Zhou Mingyue especially came to acknowledge you as his master. Great sage equaling heaven. Buddha Bodhi. Even now, you still say you aren't Sun Wukong. Why did this fellow who had caused trouble in the heavenly court come to his mortal world? Hanju instinctively resisted. After obtaining the heavenly Tao token, he only knew so much about the mortal world. How could so many people reincarnate in front of him? No. I have to ask Mengpo. After all, Mengpo was in charge of the Bridge of Forgetfulness. She was definitely the one responsible for reincarnation. Hanju replied to Chu Shiren and then returned to the Khanate cave abode. His essence soul immediately left his body and jumped into the netherworld. As his cultivation increased greatly, Hanju quickly caught Mengpo's aura and arrived in front of the Bridge of Forgetfulness. The souls in front of the Bridge of Forgetfulness formed a long line, and the end was covered by the netherworld ghost fog. Why are there so many souls? Hanju frowned. It didn't have so many souls last time. Follow current novels on Light Novel World. Heavenly Court's prodigy, you're willing to come and see this old lady at last. Mengpo's voice entered his ears, her tone filled with teasing. During this period of time, another mortal world has been cleaned up by the heavenly court. All the living beings in the world have to be reincarnated. I'm going to be very busy. Read at Wuxia World. EU. Another mortal world was cleaned up. Another mortal world was cleaned up. Han Ju frowned. Other than the Scarlet Cloud world, were there other worlds like this? He asked with a voice transmission, how many worlds have been wiped out over the years? Mengpa replied, this is already the 10th world. Han Ju remained silent. Living beings of 10 worlds. The Heavenly Emperor was truly ruthless. Han Ju woke up. He almost had a good impression of the Heavenly Emperor because of his kindness. From the looks of it, the Heavenly Emperor was treating only him well. There was no prodigy like Han Ju in those 10 worlds. Thus, all of them were reduced to ashes. It was truly terrifying. I'm very curious. Why must we clean up the world? Han Ju asked with a voice transmission. Mengpa didn't hesitate and quickly replied, if the mortal world needs to rely on the demonic path to increase its overall providence, such a world will sooner or later become a world of devils. Although the devil race has long since left the stage of being the protagonists, they have never given up. There was a great calamity 1,000,000 years ago. However, the heavenly court couldn't completely destroy the devils and could only restrict their development. You came to me for this? Han Ju came back to his senses and said with a voice transmission, of course not. I'm just curious. Why are there so many mighty figure reincarnations in the Scarlet Cloud world? Mengpa smiled and said, you're thinking too much. There are as many mighty figures in the upper world as there are hairs on a cow. Every day, countless mighty figures die and return from the reincarnation cycle. The providence that the Scarlet Cloud world absorbs is actually already considered low. So far, the Scarlet Cloud world only has a few reincarnations of immortal emperors. There's only one mighty figure who has surpassed the immortal emperor realm. 300 years ago, the other mortal worlds even encountered the reincarnation of a Zenith Heaven realm cultivator. The providence of the entire world soared. All living beings enjoyed the fortune brought by the Zenith Heaven mighty figure. The mighty figure who had surpassed the immortal emperor realm was probably Chu Shiren. Han Ju realized his mistake. He looked at the immortal world from the perspective of a mortal world, but he didn't realize it was bigger than all the mortal worlds combined. Were there really as many golden immortals as dogs and true immortals roaming everywhere? Han Ju couldn't help but retort internally. If Tu Linga reaches the Mahayana realm, don't let her join the heavenly court. Mengpa sent him a voice transmission. Han Ju asked, don't join the heavenly court as in, don't ascend? Yes, with her potential, she will definitely be chosen by the heavenly court. Only if her potential is poor will she be chosen by the cultivation sections. Sure. Han Ju agreed readily. Although the netherworld was controlled by the heavenly court, Mengpa clearly had selfish motives. It was fine as long as Han Ju didn't become enemies with the heavenly emperor. Han Ju only wanted to cultivate properly. He continued to look at the ghosts in front of the Bridge of Forgetfulness and stopped disturbing Mengpa. This scene was truly spectacular. This content is taken from Light Novel World. His gaze suddenly landed on a ghost. With his cultivation level as a heaven immortal, he could see through the person's past life. This person looked familiar. Senior, please let this ghost be reborn with a good life. Han Ju sent a voice transmission to Mengpa and sent her the aura of the ghost. Mengpa immediately agreed. Han Ju looked at it for a while and then shook his head with a smile. The ghost was named Yang Luo 6 lifetimes ago. He was once an outer sect deacon of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect and was also the inner sect disciple who had brought Han Ju in. After 1,000 years, Yang Luo was no longer Yang Luo. Han Ju had forgotten to get him a foundation establishment pill back then. Today, he would return the favor. Hopefully, he would surpass foundation establishment, refine the golden core, and become a nascent soul expert in his next life. After returning to the Khanate cave abode, Han Ju detected Zhou Mingyue's location. This kid was kneeling at the foot of the mountain. After the immortal god calamity passed, more people knelt at the foot of the mountain than before. Zhou Mingyue was wearing the robe of an inner sect disciple. His face was feminine, and he had rosy lips and white teeth. He was good-looking and resembled a girl dressed in men's clothing. But he was indeed a man. Should Han Ju take him in? He hesitated. After careful thought, it was impossible for the great sage equaling heaven to reincarnate into the Scarlet Cloud world by chance. How could an existence who had offended the heavenly emperor be reincarnated so casually? Could it be arranged by the heavenly emperor? Forget it. I'll take him in. The more experts I nurture, the better. If the heavenly emperor asks, I'll pretend not to know. No one knew that he had a system. Han Ju decided to let Chu Shiren accept Zhou Mingyue as his disciple. The Supreme Buddha had snatched his disciple. When Buddha Bodhi investigated, he would also find trouble with the Supreme Buddha. After thinking about it, Han Ju closed his eyes and cultivated. Visit Light Novel World. Com. For the best novel reading experience, he would first test Zhou Mingyue for a few decades. If he lacked determination, Han Ju wouldn't accept him even if he was the reincarnation of the heavenly emperor. 20 years later, Han Ju finally broke through to the perfected reincarnation heaven immortal realm. He couldn't help but sigh. Breaking through in the heaven immortal realm was really slow. How long would he take when he reached the true immortal, golden immortal, and immortal emperor realms? He didn't think too much and continued to consolidate his cultivation. About 4 years later, Han Ju began to break through. Tao Comprehension Sword was expelled from his cave abode. Master broke through again, the black hell chicken asked with wide eyes. If no one visited, Han Ju wouldn't have chased Tao Comprehension Sword out. Tao Comprehension Sword snorted. I've recently cultivated a sword Tao. Let's spar. Come on. Am I afraid of you? The black hell chicken accepted the challenge. I can't defeat Fong Liang and Murong Qi, but against a grass like you. Then. The black hell chicken was defeated. The two golden crows couldn't help but laugh at it. The three-headed Wirm king felt a sense of danger. Even this grass spirit is so talented. If this continued, he would be surpassed sooner or later. Chu Shiren stared at Tao Comprehension Sword in deep thought. For some reason, Tao Comprehension Sword Tao left him in a daze. Half a year later, Han Ju successfully broke through to the early stage of the reincarnation true immortal realm. His dermic powers soared and his soul transformed. Han Ju almost couldn't help but roar. Awesome! He immediately checked his attributes panel. Name, Han Ju, follow current novels on Light Novel World. Lifespan, 1191/37,800,531, Race, Immortal, Cultivation, Early Stage of the Reincarnation True Immortal Realm. He had more than 30 million years of lifespan, close to 40 million years. What did they mean by a sense of security? This was a sense of security. Han Ju smiled proudly. He had only gone through 0.003% of his life. Life was truly long. Detected that you have reached the reincarnation true immortal realm. You have the following choices. 1. Immediately ascend and become famous. You can obtain a supreme treasure and a mystical power inheritance. 2. Don't ascend for the time being. Stay away from conflict. You can obtain a supreme treasure. Seeing this, Han Ju chose the second option without another word. Become famous in the immortal world just as a true immortal. Courting death. Even immortal emperors died. No, in fact, even Zenith Heaven cultivators reincarnated. Han Ju didn't dare to go to the immortal world now. You chose not to ascend for the time being and obtained a supreme treasure. Congratulations on obtaining a supreme grade Grand Unity Supreme Treasure, Heavy Bright Purple Chi Boots, Heavy Bright Purple Chi Boots, Supreme Grade Grand Unity Supreme Treasure. Increases movement speed and can easily travel through the myriad worlds. Not bad. Han Ju wasn't too surprised. He didn't want to cross the worlds for the time being. He continued to consolidate his cultivation. Half a year later, he took out the Book of Misfortune and started the daily missions. After cursing all his enemies, he stood up and walked out of the cave abode in satisfaction. Seeing that Zhou Mingyue was still kneeling at the foot of the mountain, Han Ju asked Chu Shiren to fetch him. When the others heard that, they knew Han Ju wanted to take in another disciple. After interacting with him for so long, they all realized that those who could join Han Ju were all talented. The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel World. Calm could it be? Dao Comprehension Sword was excited and prayed that it was a female disciple. Read at Wuxia World. EU. Dao Comprehension Sword was disappointed when Chu Shiren brought Zhou Mingyue up the mountain. Dao Comprehension Sword was disappointed when Chu Shiren brought Zhou Mingyue up the mountain. Although he looked like a woman, his aura was that of a man. Zhou Mingyue was very excited. He had finally obtained the recognition of an immortal god. He had been kneeling for more than 20 years. How many decades could a person live? The Black Hell Chicken, Tu Linger, the three-headed Wirm King, and the others surrounded Zhou Mingyue and carefully sized him up. To be taken in by Han Ju, he was definitely not immortal. Han Ju stood under the tree and didn't pay attention to him. Chu Shiren brought Zhou Mingyue to kneel down before him. From today onwards, he will be your disciple. You will teach him, Han Ju said expressionlessly. Upon hearing this, Chu Shiren was stunned. Zhou Mingyue was also stunned. He hurriedly said, I want to take you as my master. I don't want this mortal as my master. Chu Shiren frowned. The Black Hell Chicken smiled. This mortal is already a void amalgamation realm cultivator. Are you sure you don't want to accept him? Zhou Mingyue widened his eyes and looked at Chu Shiren in disbelief. The void amalgamation realm was extremely far away for golden core realm cultivators. He didn't expect that the white-haired old man who looked like an ascetic was such an expert. Wait. If Chu Shiren was so strong, then. Zhou Mingyue looked at Han Ju with a burning gaze. Han Ju said, if you don't want to, then leave the mountain. Zhou Mingyue was shocked and quickly agreed. At this point, the first fourth-generation disciple of the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal Mountain appeared. Visit to Light Novel World. Discover new novels. Han Ju ignored him and began to observe the Fusang tree. Chu Shiren pulled Zhou Mingyue away and began the master-disciple ceremony. Chu Shiren was still looking forward to Zhou Mingyue. After all, he was his first disciple. After watering the Fusang tree with immortal water, Han Ju returned to the Khanate cave abode to continue cultivating. He first improved his Sword Dao mystical power. It had been a long time since he had come to the Sword Dao River. Han Ju missed Zhang Guxing a little. This time, he didn't reveal his cultivation level. Instead, he disguised it as a heaven immortal. Zhang Guxing was suspected to be related to the Divine Palace, and it wasn't on good terms with the Heavenly Court. Now, Han Ju couldn't casually show his cultivation to him. What if he was stabbed in the back? Seeing Zhang Guxing again, Han Ju smiled and greeted him. Zhang Guxing asked, you joined the Heavenly Court? So direct? Han Ju said, not really. I haven't entered the Heavenly Court yet. I'm still in the mortal world. What do you mean? You don't plan to ascend? Since the Heavenly Emperor didn't clean up the mortal world, that means that he has already acknowledged you. Why did you give up this opportunity? I just feel that the Heavenly Court situation is troublesome and the upper world is dangerous. I want to stay in the mortal world to cultivate and stay away from trouble. If you keep evading it, it's impossible for you to become an immortal emperor. You might be able to become a golden immortal through cultivation alone, but if you want to become an immortal emperor, you have to experience the mortal world and fight for providence. Only then can you become an immortal emperor. By then, as long as a trace of your soul remains, even the cycle of reincarnation can't erase you. Zhang Guxing was very serious. Han Ju smiled and said, "Then, I'll wait until I reach the golden immortal realm." His potential was top-notch and he cultivated an immortal emperor cultivation technique. There was really no need for him to cause trouble everywhere. If he became the stepping stone of some protagonist, wouldn't all his efforts be in vain? Just the Scarlet Cloud world had so many heaven-defying figures, let alone the thousands of other mortal worlds. The upper world was even more terrifying than imagined. Even the powerful heavenly emperor didn't dare to act recklessly in the heavenly court. Han Ju felt that he himself was smart, but he was not completely unscrupulous in his calculations and schemes. Instead of going to the heavenly court and competing with the rest, it was better to cultivate in the mortal world in peace and not threaten anyone. Updated from Light Novel World. Zhang Guxing shook his head and laughed. He suddenly thought of something and said, "Although the matter of the demon saint wreaking havoc in the heavenly court has ended, there might be a change soon. The demon saint is the great sage of the demon race, having led 1,000,000 demon soldiers to fight a bloody battle. In the end, the ones who benefited were the Buddhists. This made the demon race and the demon court very dissatisfied. There might be a huge change in the upper world. Was this not over?" Han Ju teased, "Could it be that the Buddhist sect is planning to let the people of the demon court and heavenly court participate in the journey to the west and set up many obstacles along the way, using the travelers to slay demons and devils and promote the greatness of the Buddhist sect?" Zhang Guxing asked in surprise, "Are you really a mortal without a prominent previous life?" Han Ju was stunned. Did he guess correctly? Journey to the west was not fabricated. A long time ago, the Buddhist sect indeed had such a grand plan, and they succeeded. That's why they are so powerful today. The Tao sect also retired because of this. However, later on, the 5 great Buddhas had a disagreement and even fought, causing the Buddhist sect to weaken drastically. This also gave the Divine Palace a chance to rise. The Divine Palace is the fastest rising power in the upper world. It's also the force with the most immortal emperors. Han Ju was shocked. The force with the greatest number of immortal emperors? Crap. Am I on the wrong side? It seemed that the Divine Palace had a better future. However, Murongqi had a grudge against the Divine Palace. Even if he went there, he might not be treated so well. I can't think like that. I need to cherish what I have. Han Ju adjusted his state of mind. The two of them chatted for a while more before he bid farewell and left. In the following year, Han Ju came to the Sword Dao River several times as if he was visiting home. Updated from Light Novel World. 7 years later. Taoist 9 Cauldrons came to visit him. Several decades had passed since the immortal god calamity. Although the world was no longer in a heated discussion, everyone still remembered this matter, especially in the cultivation world. The Jade Pure Sacred Sect had been deified because of Han Ju. In the past few years, the Jade Pure Sacred Sect had rapidly expanded. Taoist 9 Cauldrons, Lu Bumi, Huang Zuantian, and the other upper echelons of the sect were busy. "What is it?" Han Ju asked with a smile. Taoist 9 Cauldrons was already a body integration realm cultivator, but he was clearly very nervous when facing Han Ju. This was a terrifying mighty figure that even an immortal god couldn't defeat. To put it bluntly, Han Ju was the Jade Pure Sacred Sect's ancestor. If the sect cultivators were asked to choose between the two of them, no one would choose him. Han Ju was already the faith of the cultivators in the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. "Do you remember Zhou Fan and Mo Fuzhou?" Taoist 9 Cauldrons asked. Han Ju nodded. Taoist 9 Cauldrons continued, "These two met again and even fought with many holy lands. They offended more and more people. Some people even invited our sect to besiege them. Do you think Zhou Fan and Mo Fuzhou were some of Han Ju's few good friends? Daoist Nine Cauldrons knew about them, so he specially came to ask him. Han Ju replied, "Do as you deem fit. After so many years, they're no longer disciples of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. Don't always think that they are related to me. If they act recklessly and are really evil, we should eliminate them." After 1,000 years, many things had changed. People changed every few years, let alone 1,000 years. Although their favorability towards Han Ju didn't decrease, he didn't owe them anything. Everyone had their own life. Han Ju didn't want to care too much unless he had a karmic debt to them. I understand. Daoist Nine Cauldrons replied and told him about the situation of the sect. Han Ju didn't want to be in charge and didn't give any opinion. After he left, Han Ju took out the Heavenly Tao token, wanting to see what Zhou Fan and Mo Fuzhou were up to recently. Soon, his expression changed. For more, visit Light Novel World. Com these two. Read at Wuxia World. EU. The setting sun was blood red. The setting sun was blood red. The wasteland was covered in cracks and canyons. On a steep cliff sat two figures. It was Zhou Fan and Mo Fuzhou. The two of them meditated side by side as if they were cultivating some cultivation technique. A ball of black qi floated above their heads. Han Ju sensed the aura of a true immortal. Grand Unity True Immortal. How could there be a second Grand Unity True Immortal in the Scarlet Cloud world? Han Ju immediately felt that he had been robbed. Without another word, he moved behind Zhou Fan and Mo Fuzhou. With a wave of his sleeve, he swept away the black aura. Immediately after, Han Ju came to the other side of the world with no one around. He raised his right hand, and the black aura from before appeared in his palm. Fellow Daoist. I didn't cause harm to your mortal world. A cold voice came from the black aura. He didn't panic at all when Han Ju grabbed him. The Undying Emperor has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 3 stars, Undying Emperor. It sounded very scary. Han Ju immediately checked his information through his interpersonal relationships. Undying Emperor, Mid-Stage Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm, Immortal Emperor of the Upper World. He was attacked by the immortal emperors of the Divine Palace and died. After 1,000,000 years, he finally recultivated to the Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm. The Undying Emperor used his mystical power to split thousands of soul thoughts and search for his successor in the myriad worlds. He wanted to create a huge faction like the Divine Palace. Because you interfered with his plan, he developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 3 stars, Immortal Emperor. Han Ju was shocked. Upon a closer look, it was just a soul thought. What was he afraid of? His soul thought alone had the cultivation of a true immortal. The Undying Emperor was quite something. Han Ju snorted. Invading the Heavenly Court's mortal world is against the heavenly rules. I'll tell Senior D Taibai now. The Undying Emperor hurriedly shouted, fellow Daoist. We can discuss. This content is taken from Light Novel World. How? The 2 people you chose are my children. Don't you think you're going overboard? The Undying Emperor cursed. No wonder those 2 brats were so tough. They had an immortal backing them up. The Undying Emperor fell silent. Han Ju was also hesitating if he should fall out with him. The Undying Emperor said, fellow Daoist, this is my fault. I won't come again. Let go of my soul thought. Han Ju thought for a moment. Even if he crushed this soul thought, he couldn't kill the other party. Why deepen his hatred? Then leave. Han Ju let go of the black aura and secretly sneaked in the 6 paths insignia. The black aura quickly fled the Scarlet Cloud world. After confirming that his aura had disappeared, Han Ju returned to the Cultivate diligently become Immortal Mountain. Zhou Fan and Mo Fuzhou didn't notice any of this. Many years later, they finally realized that the mighty figure who had wanted to take them in as disciples had truly vanished. After returning to the Khanate cave abode, Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and started to do his daily missions. Several months later, he finally cursed the Undying Emperor. In that case, the Undying Emperor should not suspect him. After all, the Undying Emperor had thousands of soul thoughts and countless enemies. After cursing, Han Ju took out the Heavenly Dao token and told Di Tai Bai about the Undying Emperor, in case he didn't give up. Undying Emperor? This fellow is actually still alive. Di Tai Bai's voice sounded from the token. Han Ju asked, will he come again? I will report this to His Majesty. After all, the Undying Emperor was an immortal emperor. Don't worry, he won't appear again. Han Ju only felt relieved after receiving Di Tai Bai's guarantee. Dao Comprehension Sword asked curiously, who is the Undying Emperor? Han Ju didn't hide anything and told her about the realms above the Mahayana realm. Dao Comprehension Sword turned pale. The source of this content is Light Novel World. Calm, there's always someone stronger. We're still very weak and can't be careless. I, your master, have many enemies. I need you to work hard to become stronger. You can save my life at the critical moment, Han Ju said seriously. Dao Comprehension Sword nodded solemnly, her mind filled with danger. She continued to cultivate the heavenly sword Dao. Han Ju nodded in satisfaction. He began to cultivate the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. After breaking through to the reincarnation true immortal realm, his cultivation technique became increasingly unfathomable. Han Ju couldn't master it in a short period of time. However, he had a long lifespan and was in no hurry. 17 years later, Han Ju finally mastered the true immortal chapter of the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. His cultivation speed increased greatly, and he also comprehended a new mystical power. Divine Eye of Reincarnation. It could see through the past and present lives of living beings. After killing enemies, it could absorb the providence accumulated by the enemy's past and present lives. It was extremely domineering. This mystical power was very useful, but Han Ju didn't want to absorb providence everywhere for the time being. Han Ju continued to cultivate to increase his cultivation level. He wanted to reach the middle stage of the true immortal realm as soon as possible. After reaching the true immortal realm, the speed of his breakthroughs clearly slowed down. His chi absorption speed was far faster than before. However, the immortal chi needed to break through in this realm was too huge. Han Ju checked the emails while cultivating. Your good friend Ji Xianchen has comprehended the heavenly Tao truth beside the heavenly river. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Divine General has left the immortal world. Your grand disciple Murong Chi accidentally entered the ancient mystic realm and mastered an eternal mystical power. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by demon beasts, X249983, your good friend Mo Fuzhou was bewitched by the devil ancestor and developed mental demons. Your grand disciple Fang Liang received guidance from an immortal god in his dream. Your good friend Long Shan has comprehended a grand unity mystical power and his cultivation has increased greatly. Nothing much happened. Visit Light Novel World. For the best novel reading experience however, Han Ju noticed that Fang Liang was being guided by an immortal. What's going on? Someone from the heavenly court wanted to rob him of his disciple as well. Han Ju frowned. He had to ask him about this when Fang Liang returned. Han Ju read for a while and then went back to cultivating. Half a year later, Fairy Shi Xian returned and took the initiative to look for him. Han Ju told Dao Comprehension Sword to leave the cave abode and spend some time alone with Fairy Shi Xian. I obtained a letter in a mystic realm. I can use it to join a cultivation sect in the upper world. Do you want to go? Fairy Shi Xian asked after sitting down. Han Ju's relationship with the heavenly court was not publicized. Everyone only knew that the heavenly court no longer targeted the mortal world. Han Ju took the letter and read it. It was a sect called Heavenly Dipper Island. It had been established for hundreds of thousands of years and had a deep foundation. The Heavenly Dipper Island's master had ascended from the Scarlet Cloud world and had always missed his hometown. Han Ju said, "Do you want to go?" "I don't want to ascend for the time being." Fairy Shi Xian shook her head and said, "With my cultivation level, I'll be courting death if I ascend." "Then keep it. If you want to ascend in the future, you can go there." Han Ju smiled and returned the letter to her. As the spirit chi of the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain became denser, Fairy Shi Xian also successfully broke through to the void amalgamation realm. The problem of her lifespan was no longer a concern. As for Chang Yuer, who was in seclusion all year round, she was already close to the void amalgamation realm. Fairy Shi Xian asked curiously, "You plan to stay in the mortal world?" Han Ju nodded. Fairy Shi Xian wanted to say something but hesitated. She wanted to persuade Han Ju, but on second thought, his potential was not something she could imagine. Why should she worry? The two of them chatted for a while before Fairy Shi Xian left. Han Ju was about to call Dao Comprehension Sword back in when a voice entered his ears. "Han Ju, I've already broken through to the Grand Unity True Immortal Realm. Do you dare to fight me in the void?" This voice sounded familiar. New novel chapters are published on Light Novel World. Isn't that the son of the Heavenly Emperor, Long Shan? Han Ju frowned. Why is this kid here? Long Shan's voice sounded again, "Don't worry, it's just a spar. No matter if you win or lose, I won't make things difficult for you." Read at Wuxia World. EU. Han Ju sighed. Han Ju sighed. After sending Ji Xianxian away, Long Shan came instead. Was this fate? Han Ju thought for a moment but still stood up. After cultivating for decades, it was not bad to go out and fight occasionally. Long Shan had a good impression of him and should not be tricking him. He probably really wanted to fight. Han Ju had relied on Long Shan to rise up. This time, he naturally couldn't hold back. If he lost to Long Shan, it meant that his talent was inferior to Long Shan's. What would the Heavenly Emperor think of him? Han Ju still hoped to cultivate in peace under the Heavenly Emperor's protection. The void was illusory and without light. Han Ju appeared in front of Long Shan. The two of them emitted a faint light. It was an immortal power that could allow them to survive in the void. Long Shan was still wearing silver armor. He was in high spirits and the corners of his mouth were curled up. He was very confident. Wait, no. Conceited. This was what he felt when Han Ju saw him. Long Shan asked with a burning gaze, "Han Ju, how's your cultivation level?" Under the concealment of the system, Han Ju's cultivation level remained at the mid-stage of the reincarnation heaven immortal realm. Han Ju said, "I've also reached the true immortal realm." Hearing this, Long Shan's smile froze. His eyes widened in shock. Impossible. He had suffered so much to break through to the true immortal realm. Meanwhile, Han Ju was hiding in the mortal world. Really? Long Shan gritted his teeth. Visit Light Novel World. Calm for a better experience. Han Ju spread out his hands and said, "I never lie." Long Shan was silent. Han Ju wasn't in a hurry to attack. After a long while, Long Shan took a deep breath and said, "I'll challenge you when I become a golden immortal. I'll definitely enter the golden immortal realm before you." With that, Long Shan vanished. Han Ju was amused. He was quite sensible. That was good, too. He didn't need to suffer a greater blow. He had already copied Long Shan's cultivation level using the simulation trial. He could torture him when he returned. Green mountains and pure rivers, blue skies and white clouds. Under a waterfall, Zhou Fan and Mo Fuzhou stood by the river and looked at the water surface. They were no longer the rash youths from back then. They had become very mature. Mo Fuzhou had a sense of vicissitudes while Zhou Fan had become sinister. There was a killing intent between his brows that could not be concealed. Do you really want to do that? Zhou Fan frowned. Mo Fuzhou said calmly, Ji Xianxian has already ascended. Brother Han has already become an immortal god. No one in the mortal world is a match for the two of us. Why do you have to make yourself the number one in the world and fight for providence before ascending? Zhou Fan hesitated. He had died several times, so he had to be cautious. In the past, it had always been Mo Fuzhou who followed him and protected him. He had always felt that he owed him, so in this life, Mo Fuzhou was the priority. However, he didn't expect that after their reunion, Mo Fuzhou would become extremely crazy and ambitious. Mo Fuzhou glanced at him and said softly, if you're afraid, then find a place to hide and cultivate. Perhaps you can be like Brother Han. This sentence agitated Zhou Fan. He had always treated Han Ju as his target. He thought that going out on adventures was the true path of cultivation. He didn't expect to be left behind. It was impossible for him to imitate Han Ju. Impossible. If you want to challenge them, I'll accompany you. Zhou Fan snorted. Even if he couldn't compare to Han Ju, what about the rest? Mo Fuzhou revealed a smile and said, very good. Let's start from the heavenly immortal manor. Didn't they want to hunt us down? We'll directly destroy them. All right. Zhou Fan also looked forward to it. At this moment, a figure walked out of the forest. It was Xian Qingjuan's junior, Xian Shishir. She protected Zhou Fan all year round. Xian Shishir looked at their backs and frowned. Damn it, what are these two brats doing? Xian Shishir was really tired. After following Zhou Fan for so many years, she was really tired. She suddenly wanted to ascend like her senior. She would die if she continued to follow him. The enemies Zhou Fan had provoked were already stronger than her. She might even become his burden. Should I leave? Xian Shishir hesitated. Xian Qingjun had asked her to follow Zhou Fan for the sake of the devils. Now that the devils couldn't make a comeback, there was no point in doing this anymore. Thinking of this, Xian Shishir silently retreated into the forest. Zhou Fan seemed to sense something. He turned around and his eyes flashed with disappointment. He understood something. However, he had his own path. He would no longer risk his life for women and let go of everything. In the blink of an eye. 30 years passed. Han Ju was already close to the mid-stage of the reincarnation true immortal realm. However, he had already spent more than 50 years. This stage had taken longer than any other stages he had broken through before. On this day, Su Qi came to visit him. He had already broken through to the tribulation transcendence realm. His cultivation progressed very quickly. After all, he had been cultivating diligently. Master, I want to ascend. Recently, I feel like something in the upper world is summoning me. Su Qi knelt in front of him and said seriously. Visit to light novel world. Come discover new novels. Han Ju showed a frown. But in his mind, he heaved a sigh of relief. As Su Qi became stronger, his bad luck also increased. Yang Tiandong had returned previously and even visited Su Qi. However, he had encountered a mental demon and had to go out to relax. Han Ju pretended to be troubled. The upper world is very dangerous. I might not be able to protect you. Su Qi smiled. Don't worry, master. I won't cause trouble. Han Ju said, in that case, why don't you join the Dragon Immortal Island after you ascend? Taoist Dan Qing is a mighty figure and has countless disciples under him. This was told to me by an immortal god. Of course, if you acknowledge Taoist Dan Qing as your master, don't say that you're from the Scarlet Cloud world, much less that you're my disciple. Su Chi silently noted it down and said, "Thank you for your guidance, master. It's just nice. I have to cultivate for a period of time after I ascend." Han Ju said, "Go. If you really encounter unresolvable trouble, you can seek help from the heavenly court." Su Chi was secretly touched. Master is still worried about me. He kowtowed 3 times before leaving. After bidding farewell to his fellow disciples, Su Chi left the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain that day. Han Ju felt a strange feeling like his disciple had just graduated. However, Su Chi was the jinx of the heavenly court. He was tough and wouldn't die so easily. Han Ju sighed, took out the Book of Misfortune, and started cursing Taoist Dan Qing. While cursing, he checked his emails. Your good friend Di Hongya has entered the dark forbidden zone. Your good friend Divine General has killed your enemy Undying Emperor. Your grand disciple Morong Chi has comprehended a grand unity mystical power. His providence has increased greatly. Your Tao companion Xian Qingjun obtained an immortal fruit by chance and her cultivation level increased greatly. Because of your curse, your enemy Vermilion Bird's cultivation has greatly decreased. His cultivation level has fallen to the loose immortal realm. Your Tao companion Xing Hongxian has obtained the inheritance of an ancient mighty figure. Her soul has transformed. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by demon beasts, X120083. Han Ju noticed that Undying Emperor was killed by Divine General. Was the heavenly court so efficient? The latest episodes are on the Light Novel World. Com website. He immediately checked Undying Emperor's portrait. It was still there, still alive. The information indicated that he was only left with a remnant soul. It was really tragic. Han Ju was very satisfied. He could sense that the Heavenly Emperor was indeed protecting him. Read at Wuxia World. EU. Han Ju noticed that Xing Hongxian had obtained the inheritance of an ancient mighty figure and her soul had also transformed. Han Ju noticed that Xing Hongxian had obtained the inheritance of an ancient mighty figure and her soul had also transformed. He turned his attention to her. Xing Hongxian was still in the Taoist temple she had bumped into by chance. Previously, Chang Yuer had accompanied her. Now, she was alone. Chang Yuer wasn't as daring as she was. It was fine if she went out occasionally. Han Ju had discovered a remnant soul in the statue. It had already awakened. It was an old woman in a Taoist robe. She looked different from those he had seen before. She floated above Xing Hongshuan's head and chanted the scriptures. Han Ju listened quietly and felt that something was amiss. Why is it a Buddhist scripture? A Buddhist lecture in a Taoist temple. What's going on? Han Ju checked Xing Hongshuan's profile picture in his interpersonal relationships. After confirming that she wasn't possessed and that her favorability didn't decrease, he was relieved. He used his divine sense to probe the remnant soul. Grand Unity Heaven Immortal Cultivation. However, it was only the realm. Her strength might not even be comparable to a loose immortal, and the soul was already a flickering candle in the wind. Han Ju continued to observe. After a long time, Xing Hongxian opened her eyes and said, "Master, can this Guanyin scripture really allow me to become an immortal?" The old woman said, "Of course. Buddhism emphasizes that all living beings are equal. Anyone with any talent can become Buddha or Bodhisattva. As long as you have a firm Buddhist heart, this is your only way. Your potential is indeed mediocre. The cultivation techniques of the mortal world can't help you. I don't have much time left. I'll even give you my remnant soul. Don't forget what you promised me. With that said, the old woman's remnant soul gradually dissipated like smoke. Xing Hongxian wasn't sad. Instead, she was very calm. Visit Light Novel World. Calm for the best novel reading experience. Han Ju suddenly appeared in front of her. Husband! Xing Hongxian exclaimed in surprise and hurriedly stood up. In the current Scarlet Cloud world, Han Ju could go wherever he wanted because he was the immortal god in charge of the heavenly Tao. Who was that just now? Han Ju asked. Xing Hongxian replied, a Buddhist cultivator from the upper world descended into the mortal world a long time ago. She died and her Tao dissipated, leaving behind only a remnant soul. She gave her cultivation technique to me, hoping that after I ascend, I can help her tell the Buddhist sect about her grudge and let them seek justice for her. Han Ju asked curiously, what grudge? Xing Hongxian didn't hide anything and replied truthfully, a long time ago, the heavenly tribulation affected the mortal world. She joined forces with the heavenly court's immortal gods to come to the mortal world to clean up the devil race. In the end, she was betrayed by the immortal gods. It concerned the heavenly court. Han Ju didn't think too much about it. When Xing Hongxian arrived at the Buddhist sect, who knew if it would be thousands of years or tens of thousands of years later? How are you? Han Ju asked. He grabbed Xing Hongxuan's wrist and checked her body. Her spirit energy was stable, and there was no danger in her body. Xing Hongxian smiled and said, it's fine. This Guanyin scripture is indeed powerful. Husband, do you want it? You can let your female disciples cultivate it in the future. Han Ju hesitated and said, that's not good. Didn't she tell you not to spread the technique? She did, but she's already gone. Besides, everything I have belongs to my husband. I'll follow the agreement and tell the Buddhist sect about her hatred. Alright, let me check if this cultivation technique is dangerous, Han Ju replied. In all kinds of fantasy novels, Buddhism was the most hated. It was as if all Buddhas were hypocrites and liked to brainwash others. Xing Hongxian immediately taught him the Guanyin scripture. There were no records of this cultivation technique. It was passed down verbally. Han Ju started to sort it out. The Guanyin scripture was indeed impressive. It could actually be cultivated to the grand unity true immortal realm. If mastered, one could cultivate the Guanyin Dharma body and have unparalleled divine powers. Han Ju combed through it repeatedly but didn't find any traps. The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel World. Calm, continue cultivating. Han Ju opened his eyes and said before leaving. Xing Hongxian was already used to his straightforward personality. She meditated again and continued cultivating. Han Ju smiled after returning to the Khanate cave abode. Xing Hongxian also had her own fortuitous encounter. She probably wouldn't die of old age. This was also good. It won't make Han Ju worry. Currently, the people around him were all very old. As long as they were willing to stay in the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain to cultivate, there would be no problem with their lifespan limit. Ever since the Fusang tree was watered with the immortal water, the spirit qi of the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain had increased greatly. He continued to cultivate. After another 11 years, he finally broke through to the mid-stage of the reincarnation true immortal realm. His dermic powers increased again. Han Ju was in a good mood. He liked the feeling of breaking through. He was even more glad now that he had spent more than 10 years re-rolling his providences and cultivation potential. He had persevered for more than 10 years in exchange for a lifetime of comfort. Han Ju became more cautious and continued cultivating. His target was the late-stage true immortal realm. Another 3 years passed. Di Tai Bai personally visited. Han Ju invited him into the cave abode. It had to be said that the high officials of the heavenly court were indeed impressive. They could casually descend into the mortal world. If it were other immortals, they would be violating the heavenly rules. After Tao Comprehension Sword was chased out, Di Taibai sat before the table and smiled. I heard that you're already a true immortal. Visit Light Novel World. Com for the best novel reading experience. Clearly, the Heavenly Emperor had already heard about Long Shan's retreat. Yes, I was lucky, Han Ju said humbly. Di Taibai stroked his beard and smiled. As expected of a prodigy personally chosen by His Majesty. You don't have to worry about the undying emperor anymore. The divine general has already killed him. Although he isn't dead, it will be very difficult for him to cause trouble in the next 1,000,000 years. 1,000,000 years was enough for him to rise. Han Ju said, Thank you, Heavenly Court. Thank you, Heavenly Emperor. Thank you, Divine General. The Heavenly Peach Banquet, which happens once every 10,000 years, is about to begin. There's still 100 years to go. Do you want to go? If you do, I'll give you an invitation. Han Ju thought for a moment and then said, Forget it. I'm afraid of trouble. Di Taibai smiled. What trouble is there in the Heavenly Peach Banquet? Don't worry, your identity won't be made public. His Majesty won't mention you either. You're just going to enjoy the heavenly peaches and see how impressive the heavenly court is. Han Ju hesitated for a moment and asked, Is it the heavenly emperor's intention? Yes, consuming one peach is better than 1,000 years of cultivation. Are you willing to give it up? All right, I'll go. Since it was the heavenly emperor's intention, he wouldn't be giving him face by rejecting. Moreover, the heavenly emperor made the divine general kill the undying emperor. It was a huge favor. The heavenly court had been helping him until now, but he hadn't done anything for them. Di Taibai smiled and said, There's a reincarnated immortal emperor in the divine palace who has awakened the Emperor Tao. When he was a Grand Unity true immortal, he killed a Grand Unity golden immortal. Now, he's already a Grand Unity golden immortal and is very awe-inspiring. He has been conferred the title of the strongest prodigy of the younger generation by the divine palace. You have to cultivate well. In the future, you will definitely have to face him. You will represent the heavenly court. Han Ju frowned after hearing that. So impressive. He was about to say something when Di Taibai vanished. A red token appeared on the table with the words, Heavenly Peach, carved on it. The Heavenly Peach Banquet in 100 years. Han Ju silently wondered if the Heavenly Peach was fragrant. Follow current novels on Light Novel World. Then, he took out the Heavenly Tao token and sent his divine sense into it to check the Heavenly Tao tablet. He was shocked when he saw it. The Scarlet Cloud World's ranking had actually improved by hundreds. Read at Wuxia World. EU. This is not good. Han Ju muttered to himself. This is not good. Han Ju muttered to himself. He didn't want the Scarlet Cloud World to be too strong and attract others' attention. It would be best if it remained in the middle and did not stand out. It was still all right at the moment. It had only increased by a few hundred. But there would be a problem if it continued to increase. Han Ju felt that he had to pay more attention to the Heavenly Tao tablet in the future. He didn't even do anything. Why was the Scarlet Cloud World still becoming stronger? After becoming an immortal god, Han Ju's providence was no longer regarded as part of the Scarlet Cloud World. Could it be the influence of the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal Mountain? Han Ju couldn't figure it out and couldn't be bothered to think about it. Jade Pure Sacred Sect, Main Peak, in the meeting hall. Taoist Nine Cauldron sat on the throne with a worried expression. The elders in the hall were also filled with worry. Lu Bumi said, This matter cannot be avoided. Murong Qi is the grand disciple of the deity-slaying elder. Although this relationship has not been spread, if something happens to him, the deity-slaying elder will definitely be furious. The other elders agreed. Daoist Nine Cauldrons had a headache and said helplessly, "It's not Murong Chi who's in trouble now. He's the one who wants to destroy the Holy Lands. Can any of you dissuade him? Do you want me to find the deity-slaying elder? He said that he won't interfere in the affairs of the mortal world, including the grudges of his disciples and grand-disciples. He said that he doesn't care, but if Murong Chi dies, he will definitely be upset. I called you here because I hope that you can think of a foolproof plan." Silence. The hall fell silent again. It was too difficult to persuade Murong Chi. The current Murong Chi was already considered a top-notch expert of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. He was no longer just an eldest disciple. By the way, Murong Chi and Fang Liang have a good relationship. Fang Liang is kind and gentle. Why don't we let him persuade Murong Chi? Someone suggested. Fang Liang and Murong Chi were regarded as the duo geniuses of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. They were already experts who could dominate the world. Daoist Nine Cauldrons' eyes lit up. If Fang Liang isn't in the sect, who will look for him? Lu Bumi replied, "I'll go. I can also represent the Jade Pure Sacred Sect." Daoist Nine Cauldrons glanced at him and nodded slightly. This matter was settled. The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel World. Calm. In the blink of an eye, another 7 years passed. On this day, an old friend came to visit Han Ju. It was Huang Jihao of the True Martial Sect. He was an elder of the Great Yen Vermilion Bird Sword Sect and had once challenged Han Ju. He was almost insta-killed. This person had connate providence and an innate sword heart. He had also been to the Sword Dao River. Han Ju always had an impression of him, because this fellow was a battle maniac. He could fight on par with Ji Xianxian and was always in the top 3 on the list of friends who got attacked. Han Ju thought for a moment and decided to see him. Entering the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal mountain, Huang Jihao was immediately shocked. What dense spirit qi! He had never felt such spirit qi even after traveling the world. When he arrived at the peak and saw the 3-headed Wirm King and the 2 golden crows, his blood ran cold. The auras of the 3 demons made him instinctively feel danger. Tu Linger glanced over momentarily and then ignored him. She continued cultivating. The black hell chicken looked at him curiously. It felt that he was familiar. Chu Shiren was still cultivating. Zhou Mingyue opened his eyes and sized him up. "Come in." Han Ju's voice floated out of the cave abode. The door opened, and Dao Comprehension Sword walked out with a displeased expression. Huang Jihao looked at her, secretly shocked. This woman's cultivation level was also very high. Although it was inferior to his, she was definitely a mighty cultivator in the cultivation world. After hundreds of years, why were there so many experts under Han Ju? Huang Jihao felt an inexplicable sense of regret. He adjusted his state of mind and entered the connate cave abode. Zhou Mingyue asked curiously, "Who is this person? I feel that he's not as powerful as you guys. Why can he enter Grandmaster's residence?" Without opening his eyes, Chu Shiren said, "Cultivate well. You aren't even qualified to be summoned by Grandmaster. The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel World." Calm Zhou Mingyue felt awkward. His cultivation speed was already very fast, but it was not outstanding here under the Fusang tree. He often wondered what kind of freaks these people were. In the outside world, even a nascent soul realm cultivator could be considered a mighty figure. But here, there were 2 suns lying on the tree. Who would believe that? Zhou Mingyue sighed and continued cultivating. Inside the connate cave abode. When he saw Han Ju again, Huang Jihao was stunned. He was still so beautiful. Even if it was a woman, no one could shock Huang Jihao with their looks. Han Ju couldn't stand his gaze and asked, "What's the matter?" Huang Jihao came back to his senses and said, "Is Murong Chi your grand disciple?" "Yes, why?" This kid is too arrogant. He calls himself number one in the world. Not bad. If he's the number one in the world, what about you? He doesn't care about you, his grandmaster, at all. I don't belong to this world. I am beyond the heavens. Huang Jihao choked. Han Ju frowned and asked, "You came to find me about this?" Was he so bored? Huang Jihao said, "Murong Qi provoked someone under me, so I have to stand up for him. I need to fight him, but he's your grand disciple. I can spare his life." "Go ahead," Han Ju replied with a strange smile. Huang Jihao hesitated. "How strong are you now?" He spoke in a very nervous tone. Han Ju said, "You won't understand even if I tell you. Do you want to spar with me again? Visit Light Novel World. Com for the best novel reading experience." Huang Jihao hurriedly shook his head. He must be joking. Han Ju was already in existence who had fought against an immortal. How could he dare to fight him? Back then, when his master, Shangguan Qiujian, came to challenge Han Ju, he directly suffered mental trauma. Even now, his cultivation realm hadn't increased much. "When will you ascend?" Huang Jihao asked carefully. Han Ju smiled and said, "Ascension? Impossible. I'll stay in the mortal world forever." Huang Jihao's expression changed drastically. 5 minutes later, Huang Jihao walked out of the Khanate cave abode looking as if he had lost his soul. The black hell chicken teased, "I remember now. He seemed to have come to challenge master before and even brought his own master here." Zhou Mingyue asked curiously, "What happened?" In the end, he was defeated instantly. His master was almost frightened to death. Grandmaster is so powerful. A man and a chicken talked as if they were making fun of him. Huang Jihao frowned when he heard this. Although Huang Jihao felt uncomfortable, he didn't snap at them. He quickly left. Han Ju took out the Heavenly Dao token and started to observe Murong Qi. What had he been doing all these years? Murong Qi was cultivating on top of a lone peak. He meditated in the wind, his robes fluttering. He had the demeanor of an otherworldly expert. Han Ju lost interest when he saw that he was cultivating. It had to be said that Murong Qi's cultivation speed was indeed fast. He had just broken through to the Tribulation Transcendence realm not long ago. Han Ju couldn't help but think of the reincarnation of the immortal emperor of the Divine Palace. Could it be that after a mighty figure reincarnated, their cultivation speed would surpass the past life? At this rate, Murong Qi would reach the peak of the mortal world in a few hundred years. Perhaps even faster. Fong Liang wasn't slow, either. He was already at the 8th level of body integration realm. Just as Han Ju was thinking, 3 lines of words appeared in front of him. Visit Light Novel World. Com for the best novel reading experience, your disciple Su Qi ascended and brought bad luck to the immortal world, causing the providence of the immortal world to change. You have the following choices: 1. Immediately ascend and stop Su Qi. You can obtain a supreme treasure. 2. Continue cultivating and don't interfere with the heavenly court's plot. You can obtain a random powerful bloodline. Read at Wuxia World. EU. Bad luck has spread to the immortal world. Bad luck has spread to the immortal world. Heavenly Court is plotting something. Han Ju was stunned. Did Heavenly Court's plot refer to their arrangement for Han Ju, or was Su Qi's descent into the mortal world a trap in the first place? Han Ju silently chose the second option. How could he stop Su Qi? Who dared to provoke him? That was asking for trouble. You choose to continue cultivating and not interfere with the Heavenly Court's plot. You have obtained a random powerful bloodline. Congratulations on obtaining the Stellar Primordial Body. Stellar Primordial Body, a powerful bloodline born from the primordial beginning. Powerful blood vitality. Can absorb the essence of the sun and moon. Can borrow the power of the stars in battle. This bloodline looked amazing. Han Ju immediately accepted the bloodline. In an instant, a strange power surged from his body. An unprecedented pain distorted his face. You go out first. Han Ju hurriedly said. Dao Comprehension Sword was awakened. Although puzzled, she still walked out of the cave abode obediently. Not long after, the entire Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal mountain began to shake, gradually affecting the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. Those who didn't know would think that there was an earthquake. The three-headed Wirm king sighed. Master broke through again. It was too exaggerated. The higher one's cultivation realm went, the harder it was to break through, right? Why did it feel like breaking through was as simple as drinking water to Han Ju? Zhou Mingyue asked curiously, what realm is Grandmaster at now? Chu Shiren shook his head. He didn't know, either. Don't ask. You can't even imagine it, the Black Hell Chicken said smugly. Zhou Mingyue frowned and said, why are you so smug? It's not like you broke through. Master's breakthrough is my breakthrough. Bullshit, you're too weak. It won't be long before I defeat you. Young man, you're too arrogant. The Black Hell Chicken narrowed its eyes, but its heart was filled with danger. Zhou Mingyue wasn't bragging. This kid's talent was indeed ridiculous. He looked like a second Murong Chi. The Black Hell Chicken suddenly doubted its life. Was it really the reincarnation of a phoenix? In a dark cave abode, an old man with disheveled hair was meditating. His eyes suddenly opened, and a bright light shone in them. This aura. Someone has awakened a primordial physique, the old man muttered with a solemn tone. Pinching his fingers to deduce, his then expression changed slightly. Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court, Hao Tian, it seems like you've hidden it well, the elder muttered to himself. He immediately stood up and walked out of the cave abode. He wasn't the only one. The various powers in the immortal world had deduced this. In a pavilion in the Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Emperor sat on the mat cultivating. The surrounding smoke curled up. He suddenly sensed something and opened his eyes. He frowned and pinched his fingers to deduce. Why did Heavenly Court's luck suddenly increase? The Heavenly Emperor couldn't deduce that Han Ju had inherited the stellar primordial body. The increase in providence in the Heavenly Court made him very vigilant, afraid that someone was playing tricks. The Heavenly Emperor quickly deduced that the reason for the increase in providence was the Scarlet Cloud world. To be precise, it came from Han Ju. But he couldn't see why Han Ju could increase the Heavenly Court's providence. This kid. The Heavenly Emperor was slightly shocked. Even the Divine General hadn't caused such a commotion. Visit Light Novel World. Calm for a better experience, he didn't go to the Scarlet Cloud world. Instead, he enveloped the entire Heavenly Court with his divine sense to prevent anyone from descending into the mortal world. There were many mighty figures hidden in the Heavenly Court who were not inferior to the Heavenly Emperor. He was afraid that others would discover and target Han Ju. Only a few mighty figures noticed the increase in the Heavenly Court's providence. Most of the immortals and gods did not sense anything amiss and were still doing their own things. A month passed. Han Ju finally obtained the stellar primordial body. He felt that the entire world had changed. He could feel the power of the stars and the vitality of all things. This feeling. Awesome. Han Ju praised. His 6 paths dermic powers increased exponentially, and his soul and divine sense grew immensely. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he had been reborn. His previous talent was already strong enough, and he could still develop further. He was somewhat looking forward to his new cultivation speed. After his bloodline transformed, he was covered in sweat and had no choice but to cast a spell to cleanse his body. After cleaning himself, he began to cultivate. Soon, he discovered that his cultivation speed had more than doubled. The most domineering thing about the stellar primordial body was that it could borrow the power of stars. If he fought in the endless sea of stars, he would be almost invincible unless the other party's cultivation realm far exceeded his. Han Ju could use the third level of the heavenly sword Dao, sword creates the primordial world, in the future. By creating the stars of the primordial world, he could gather their power to fight. In that case, his combat strength would be unimaginable. I'm such a genius, Han Ju thought proudly. As night fell, the sky was filled with stars. Han Ju discovered that his cultivation speed had increased further. This caused him to have the urge to go to the universal sea of stars to cultivate. However, on second thought, if he did, he wouldn't have the support of the immortal chi of the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. His cultivation speed would decrease instead. Han Ju called Dao Comprehension Sword back in and started the simulation trial. Fighting Long Shan resulted in an instant kill. It was impossible to kill Di Tai Bai instantly. The opponents in the simulation trial had no thoughts or emotions. They fought based on their instincts. Han Ju was killed before he could create the primordial world. Di Tai Bai was still very strong. He was at the perfected Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm and was only a step away from becoming an immortal emperor. Dao Comprehension Sword sat on her mat and sized him up. Visit to Light Novel World. Com discover new novels. For some reason, she felt that Han Ju had become a different person. But she couldn't tell what had changed. 3 years later. A voice entered Han Ju's ears. Come out and chat. The Heavenly Emperor. Han Ju was stunned. Why was the Heavenly Emperor looking for him? He immediately moved, arriving in the forest several dozen li away. The Heavenly Emperor turned to look at him with a frown. Han Ju was shocked. What was going on? Could it be that him allowing Su Qi to go to the immortal world had offended the Heavenly Emperor? Just as Han Ju was feeling uneasy, the Heavenly Emperor's eyes lit up. What bloodline do you have? Why is your blood vitality so powerful? Han Ju said, I don't know, either. I do feel that my blood vitality has become much stronger recently. He couldn't say anything about the stellar primordial body. It was difficult to explain. The Heavenly Emperor sized him up carefully and said, Do you want to go to the Heavenly Peach Banquet? Han Ju hesitated for a moment and said, Actually, I don't want to go. I'm afraid of trouble. But if your Majesty wants me to go, I naturally can't refuse. The Heavenly Emperor's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 4 stars, this notification popped up in front of Han Ju. He couldn't help but sigh. The Heavenly Emperor also liked to listen to flattery. The Heavenly Emperor smiled. Since you don't want to go, then don't. When the time comes, I'll get Di Tai Bai to personally give you the Heavenly Peach. Han Ju was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly thanked him. Then, the Heavenly Emperor began to chat with him about some interesting things about the Heavenly Court. Most of the time, Han Ju listened and occasionally agreed. The Heavenly Emperor suddenly sighed. If only the Divine General knew how to repay kindness like you. Han Ju asked curiously, Isn't the Divine General the Heavenly General with the greatest contributions in the Heavenly Court? The latest episodes are on the Light Novel World. Com website. What did the Heavenly Emperor mean? Did he have a conflict with the Divine General? Or was this sarcasm? Read at Wuxia World. EU. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.